those members of the public and press who've joined us today in St Ives, and all those who... Thank you, Councillor Bowden. Just for everybody else's sake, we've just been reminded that if you put... So you can't hear me. Can we check? Is everybody else? The microphone is on. Thank you, Councillor. It is. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Bowden. And just to remind you that when we're speaking, you can pull it a bit closer. If we're having any problems, I'll just prompt you if there's a need. I'd like to begin by welcoming those members of the public and press who've joined us today in St Ives, and also those who are watching the meeting on our live stream. The combined authority allows filming and photography at its public meetings. So please do feel free to take pictures and tweet during the meeting. Can I ask, though, that everyone present turns their mobile phones to silent or vibrate whilst the meeting is taking place. The meeting room has been arranged to comply with public health guidance on COVID safety. On their advice, board members and officers will remove their face coverings at the start of the meeting and replace them at the end. This is to minimise the number of hand-to-face contacts. Could I ask members of the public and press to keep their masks on? We have a lot of business to get through today, so I would ask report presenters to keep their introductions concise so that we allow as much time as possible for the board here to ask questions and debate the recommendations. I'm advised by officers that these board meetings are increasingly seeking to cover a large amount of business. Officers will be working through the leaders' strategy meetings to review the governance arrangements of the combined authority, and we will look at the frequency of the meetings, the role of the executive committees, and the sorts of decisions that are made on officer delegation. However, for today's meeting, I intend to vary the order of business from the published agendas to move those items which are for noting only and do not require a decision to the end of the agenda. This means item 1.8, 7.1, 7.2, 7.3, 7.4 and 7.7 will move to the end of the agenda. Right. Items 1.8, 7.1, 7.2, 7.3, 7.4 and 7.7 will move to the end of the agenda. Thank you. So, item 1.1 is announcements and apologies for absence and declarations of interest. We have received apologies from Councillor Lewis Herbert and also from Jan Thomas from the CCG. Councillor Martin Smart is planned to be in attendance as a substitute. Does any other member wish to declare a disclosable pecuniary interest or non-statutory disclosable interest in any items being considered today? Declarations of interest can also be made at any point during the meeting. Item 1.2. Good morning, Councillor Smart. Let's take some time. Item 1.2 is the minutes of the meeting on the 2nd of June 2021. You will see that we have also now have an action log accompanying the minutes. This has been introduced to ensure consistency and transparency across all combined authority boards and committees. We are being asked to confirm the minutes as an accurate record of the meeting on the 2nd of June. If any member wishes to raise a question on the accuracy of the minutes only, can you indicate that now? Councillor Bailey.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, just a couple of points, if I may. On page 8, the first paragraph, I don't really think it's quite an accurate reflection of what took place. In fact, Councillor Herbert, I mean, it does state there that Councillor Herbert expressed strong reservations about the record, which is sort of true, but it then says this did not, in his view, present an accurate picture. I think it was quite clear that Councillor Herbert expressly stated that he wasn't looking for amendments to the minutes, and I think that's important to note. He was accepting of the minutes, and he did expressly state that. So I think it'd be helpful if that could be made clear.
Are we happy with that?
Yeah. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Bailey. What we need to do is, I think, go just to the recording, but we can do that after this meeting.
In fact, I've done that to check the accuracy of what I'm saying, and he expressly states that he wasn't seeking a change to the minutes. So that's
Can
what
I
I'm
support-
asking to be included.
Okay, can I support the process? We'll go back to it. Thank you for being so diligent on doing that, but we'll do it from our end as well. Thank you.
Okay, and I've got a
Oh, yeah, sorry,
second
continue.
matter. Just on the point, page 13,
Have you
towards the bottom, this was the matter when we were discussing the chair of the Overview Scrutiny Committee, and yourself, Mayor, making a statement that you agreed it should be a Conservative member. And again, I'm not sure the minutes quite accurately reflect what was said, and I have taken a verbatim record of the footage. And I think the main point I want to make is that the Mayor stated that he, I'll read what the Mayor said. I thought I'd already made that clear in private. I made it clear in private. I'll make it clear in public as well. And I'd also make it clear I quite favour the idea of the independent recognition of the Overview and Scrutiny Committee, but that will be for Scrutiny Committee to decide. So the Mayor's comments about the fact that it was the Overview and Scrutiny Committee to decide were confined to the issue about the independent member sitting on that committee, not in relation to the Conservative chair, which is what the implication is from the minute.
I think
it is a matter for the Scrutiny Committee to decide its chair. That's clear,
Yeah.
but I'm just trying to get an accurate reflection of what was said at the meeting.
Sorry.
that's fair enough. We can clarify that, but as you pointed out, I think we're going to maybe come to that later in regard to the overview and scrutiny.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get an accurate record of the meeting.
Absolutely important,
Thank you.
Dr. Bailey, Councillor Bailey.
Apologies, Chair. I didn't quite gather, since we are just about to vote on the accuracy of the minutes will be changed in accordance with the request just made by Councillor.
Yes. There will be. We wanted to check the first point, but I think we're trusting that you've obviously. So I can't see there being an issue. So yes, we're going to do that.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Right. I will take the minutes as approved with the amendments as suggested. So I move in the recommendation from the chair. Do I have a seconder?
Happy to second.
Councillor Bailey, thank you. So votes in favour, please raise your hands. That's carried. Sorry. So votes in favour, please raise your hands. Those abstaining? Okay. Carried unanimously by a majority. Right. Item 1.3 is petitions.
Sorry if I can interrupt. The reason it's unanimous when everybody votes that somebody abstains.
All right.
Majority, yeah.
Okay. By a majority. By a majority.
That slash needs to be a bit bigger on the page. Yeah.
Okay. Yes, I see.
Sorry.
Carried by majority. So item 1.3 is petitions. Item 1.4 is public questions. No petitions or public questions have been received this time, so we will move on. Item 1.5 is the forward plan. Forward plan is published on the Combined Authority website and updated regularly. The plan included in the board papers is an indication of future decisions, but it will be subject to continual review and may be changed to reflect any revisions to the Combined Authority's priorities and plans. There is a question from the Overview and Scrutiny Committee on this report. Councillor Dupre, the chair of the committee, joins us now to ask this. Councillor Bowden.
On a point of order, there is some considerable disquiet about the way in which the Constitution was not followed at the meeting of the Overview and Scrutiny Committee last week on the 28th of June, concerning the election of the chair of the Overview and Scrutiny Committee. And may I suggest that it would be more appropriate, given that lack of consensus, that you read out or officers read out the questions rather than a disputed chair.
I'll answer that.
I'll come to my...
Yep, so thank you for the question, Councillor Bowden. Following reports of the concerns, I looked at the background of this and what occurred at the Overview and Scrutiny Commission, and I prepared a legal briefing note for members, which went out yesterday. You may not have seen it, Councillor Bowden, but that gives the position as I read it, which is that the election was lawful and proper in the circumstances. It's set out in the note. I've invited that if members of the board and indeed their own monitoring officers have any queries about it, then they set them out to me. But Mayor, for the purposes of this meeting and indeed for the purposes of the election of the chair, my advice to this authority is that we have a lawfully elected chair of overview and scrutiny, and therefore we should proceed on that basis.
And on that point, I wanted to thank you for taking a proactive approach to the inquiries that came in from the events of the Overview and Scrutiny Committee. You've reassured me as the chair, and I will continue and ask Councillor Dupre to...
On that point of order, it is entirely for you, Chair, under the rules of the combined authority to regulate this meeting in the way which you see fit. I clear that. Right. But I do find the position quite unacceptable, and other members also find it unacceptable because of the extremely clear statements within the Constitution to the effect that the way in which that vote was taken in the Overview and Scrutiny Committee is clearly unconstitutional. It is with great regret that I believe for the first time within the history of the combined authority, I and others feel it necessary to thereby serve a requisition on you in accordance with Chapter 5 of the Constitution. I'll pass this, if I may, through the Chief Executive to you, because it does need to be served on you personally.
Okay, well, this is a surprise, Councillor Bowden, but I will now, if it's served on me, I will ask my legal team to have a look. Sorry for any delay, but due process will be required.
Thank you. Just I've read that through. That is a requisition called an extraordinary combined authority board, so that will be considered obviously in line with the Constitution and appropriately convened. If it's in order, I won't make a declaration on that now, but myself and the chair can speak separately to this meeting. But thank you very much, Councillor Bowden.
So, as you say, I do have the right. I'm more than happy with the current position that we have from the advice I have been given by my monitoring officer in regard to the events of the Overview and Scrutiny Committee. Obviously, I recognise at the time those who were there decided on a plan of action to Consultation from all the representatives of the committee, as I understand. So that was done at the time. We'll now move on because in the absence of having a clear point of view, I would appreciate Councillor Dupre coming forward with her question.
Thank you very much, Mayor. And as
Hello,
this is the
Councillor
thank you very much, Mayor. And as this is the first time I've attended this committee and met you, I would like to take this opportunity to welcome you to your role. What I've just heard has come as a surprise to me, but I'm sure I will be briefed as the chair of the committee in due course. The question from the committee is, we note item 20.
Welcome you, Councillor Dupre, to your role.
Thank you very much. We note item 29.
To your role as well.
We note item 29 on the Combined Authorities Forward Plan, a decision on CAM, scheduled for the 14th July meeting of the Transport and Infrastructure Committee. What is the Combined Authorities' envisaged programme of work on CAM or its replacement, and what future interactions with and involvement of the Overview and Scrutiny Committee do you foresee within this programme?
Thank you, Councillor Dupre. As the transport strategy is a board reserved matter, the forthcoming paper on the future transport strategy, including OneCam, will be taken directly by the board on the 28th of July. Alongside the general power of overview and scrutiny to call in decisions for scrutiny review, it is open to the Overview and Scrutiny Committee to conduct scrutiny activity in relation to areas of the CPCA's work, including the local transport plan.
Thank you very much, Mayor.
Are there any... Thank you, Councillor Dupre. Are there any executive committee decisions which members would want to be reserved to the board or any other comments on the forward plan? Councillor Bailey.
Sorry, Mayor, it's not specifically on that, and I didn't want to hold up Councillor Dupré from the ether, but I did just want to ask a question. Are we running hybrid meetings now? On what basis is Councillor Dupré not physically at the meeting? Is that within the regulations of the government? Regulations?
I'm happy to answer that, Mayor. So the meeting requires that yourselves as decision makers are here, and that we call it, that we place a notice and we have a physical meeting. The Chair's broad discretion allows the Chair to invite as participants, those in a number of different ways, and I think the exercise of the Chair's discretion in this instance is in order to best comply with public health guidelines. We'll also have today a number of officers attending by Zoom, but your meeting of members is in person.
Thank you. So that would go for any members of the public that wanted to attend or ask a question, or anybody else?
We have a member of the public attending today.
Okay, thank you.
And I think it's important to reiterate the point that, you know, we are still in a COVID situation, so by limiting the amount of attendance is an absolute priority. So I'm grateful for Councillor Dupré taking that action on this occasion.
Thank you.
So we are being asked to approve the forward plan. I'm moving the recommendation from the Chair. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Bridget Smith. Okay. Are there any I see no objections, so we'll take this as being approved. Sorry, can I take a vote? Yes? Are we in agreement with the forward plan? Can we take a vote? Show of hands, please. Okay. I think that was as approved as unanimously. Is that okay with you, Councillor Bowden? Thank you. Oh, sorry, yeah, I put my hand up. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Carried unanimously. Item 1.6, membership of the Combined Authority Committees. So item 1.6 is membership of the Combined Authority Committees. Could I ask Councillor Edna Murphy to step outside of the meeting room for the duration of this item, please? The monitoring officer, Robert Parkin, will introduce the report.
Thank you, Mayor. This report, in simple terms, is seeking to bring a recommendation to you, Board, to appoint the members and substitute members nominated by the constituent councils to executive committees, Review Committee and Audit and Governance Committee for the municipal year. There's a set out Appendix 1 to the report, and to note the named representative and substitute representative for each organisation set out in the report. I don't have any further points to make in relation to this paper. The appendix sets out those appointments. I'm happy to assist with any questions if I can.
No questions. So I am moving the recommendations from the Chair, including an additional recommendation to note that Councillor Edna Murphy will represent the Cambridgeshire and Peterborough Fire Authority as a co-operative member of this board for 2021 to 2022, with Councillor Mohammed Jamil as her substitute. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Smith again. Thank you, Austin. Comfort. I see no objections, so sorry, we'll move to a vote. Votes in favour, please raise your hands. I think that means we've got no objections, as unanimously approved. Can we invite Councillor Edna Murphy back into the room, please? Thank you. Congratulations, Councillor Murphy. Welcome to the board. I look forward to speaking to you later in the day.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Item 1.7 is the appointment of the Chief Executive. This report contains an appendix which is exempt from publication under Part 1 of Schedule 12A of the Local Government Act 1972, as amended, in that it would not be in the public interest for this information to be disclosed. Information relating to the financial or business affairs of any particular person including the authority holding that information. If any members of the board wish to discuss the information contained in these appendices, we will need to consider whether to go into private session. Does any member want to discuss the exempt appendix? So, yeah, that was it. So no, the Employment Committee met on the 16th of June 2021 and interviewed a number of candidates. The field was exceptionally strong, but the committee identified a preferred candidate. I will invite the monitoring officer to present this report and to address the justification and basis for the additional recommendation.
Thank you, Mayor. Members of the board, this report is an update on the appointments to the progress of the appointment process to the position of the Chief Executive of the Combined Authority. It's seeking the board to approve the nomination or the recommendation made by the Employment Committee, which sat on the 16th of June and has presented a preferred candidate. The name of that candidate is provided to you in an exempt appendix. It's a role for the board to confirm the appointment. Members, you'll see, you'll have seen yesterday in circulated papers that I've added an additional limb to the recommendation, and I want to talk you through that. The recommendation, and perhaps we could share it to the screen, colleagues on the video link. The recommendation, there's a third element to the recommendation, which is to note that the preferred candidate is subject to the government's business appointment rules. And the board is therefore recommended to withhold the identity from publication until the 14th of July 2021, such earlier time as the preferred candidate confirms that it may be public. That is not to say that we're going to wait to appoint the individual. The individual, subject to your approval today, will be appointed forthwith. The individual has contacted me to say that they are subject to a process of approval around business appointment, being a senior civil servant, and whilst the appointment rules on the face of them appear to describe only business appointments, I had a conversation with the advisory committee lead who said that they nevertheless considered that they may apply, although they didn't think there were going to be any implications at all, and that they wanted to conclude their report this week and make a report into the Prime Minister's office. So 2 points out of that. There's no reason why you can't make the appointment today. The preferred candidate is very confident that we will be in a position to make an announcement before the 14th of July. But as agreed that to set a deadline of the 14th of July by which time an announcement can be made. I'm happy to take any questions from members about that or any other aspects of the report. We've got a question from
Councillor Bowden.
Thank you very much indeed, Mayor. In the public report, I'm not going to go into the private papers at all. In the public report in paragraph 2.7, it states that the start date is expected to be in autumn 2021. May I have your confirmation that that's still the expectation? And may I ask, are you defining autumn in the astronomical manner, whereby autumn finishes on the 21st of December?
Thank you very much for the question. The short answer is we expect in the first part of August, of October. Excuse me, that's well away from autumn as well. So thank you, Councillor Bowden.
Okay.
Councillor Bailey has a question.
Councillor Bailey.
Thank you. And just to say, it was a pleasure to be sitting on the Employment Committee, and we did have excellent candidates. I thought it was a really interesting day, so thank you for that process. I just, on page 100 at paragraph 2.5, that paragraph for me didn't reflect the full process that took place. There was an additional process, I believe, which was a panel that included the chief executives of the constituent authorities who carried out an interview, and that didn't seem to be recognised to me in the description. So I just thought it'd be helpful if I stated it, and then it could be put in the minutes, just to sort of correct that position.
Yeah. I would be happy with that. Obviously, that was an important part of
Well, it was, and I had to work quite hard to get an East Cambs representative onto
Yeah,
that.
no,
onto
and
that
I was
meeting,
very,
so,
absolutely, and I was
I
very
think it's
keen for that
important
to be
that
part of, you know, showing that the combined authority is working with chief executives across the board. So yes, I absolutely agree.
Thank you. So just to recognise that. And then on page 101, we seem to have a second paragraph 2.5 for some reason, but just to note, there's elements in that paragraph that I think should have been kept confidential. So it's a matter of regret that they've been put in a public board meeting, I think.
Okay, noted.
Okay. Yeah, I see the issue there.
I
Noted.
mean, it's no.
Right, okay. Councillor Smart.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Smart.
Hello, Mayor. Sorry for being late.
No, at all.
So my understanding is they don't have a right to make us keep it secret. Obviously, we're choosing to do that anyway on their recommendation, I guess. And I'm very keen on transparency. I realise it's a particular case in point, but I presume we're going through due process and have taken legal advice on not announcing the candidate till July the 14th.
So just take those points in turn. There's no direction over us as a combined authority. We're a separate entity. I think seems to us thinking about this that there's a public interest in supporting a framework of process which is designed to allow an independent committee to advise in a way that it wants to, i.e. without a public announcement prior to their concluding a report. So by maintaining confidence around this, we're supporting the public interest of allowing that committee to carry on their work without having the, as it were, the side noise of a public announcement on that. I'm sorry, the second part in terms of the announcement?
Well, just in terms of the combined authority's decision to act on the advice that we're given to not announce the candidate, I was keen to know if we'd taken legal advice on that.
I'm happy to share documentation, I think, and as well sort of include within there the point about the public interest being served in supporting that process. Yeah.
And Councillor Smart, I would also add that I think in adopting this position, and I'm well aware that the successful candidate is absolutely desperate to kind of, you know, to take on the role sooner rather than later. I think this shows that the combined authority is respectful of the central government processes, and I think it's another example of how I want to take, we should all, as combined authority, take our organisation forward, working with central government in this situation. I think it's a good sign. Over to you, Councillor Fitzgerald.
I was just going to add a comment, Mr. Mayor, that it's called doing the right thing by all parties. Nobody's advantaged or disadvantaged by this situation, so I don't see what the problem would be in not doing this, because it serves no purpose other than to protect the integrity of all the people that are involved in what is a complex process via government, and it just seems possible. So I don't see why we would even question it.
Thank you.
That's called democracy, Councillor.
No, you're entitled to the view, but I'm not quite sure what the view is serving, because nobody's advantaged or disadvantaged.
Thank you, Councillor.
I don't agree with the view.
Austin, do you want to come in?
I'm fully supportive of the process.
Can you come a bit forward, Austin? Sorry, my apologies.
The process is part of what I'm sensible to do, and accepting that there's no jurisdiction in terms of directors imposing any direction. What I've seen of the output from such investigations, they can direct constraints around the individual as to what they can do. I consider that. I've asked the individual to consider the likely output, and is that likely to be a problem for you?
Happy to answer that, and certainly, absolutely. So this has very much been, as it were, in close conversation with the individual and this advisory body, and there's strong confidence that they'll be able to live with whatever guidance comes out, and therefore the individual is very, very happy to proceed and would be delighted to have the confirmation today.
Okay. Any more questions? Okay. So I'd like to move to the vote. So I'm going to move the recommendation from the chair together with the supplementary recommendations supplied to members prior to this committee, that's brackets recommendation C. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Fitzgerald. So can we move to the vote? Those in favour of the recommendation?
That's unanimous. Yeah. Voting members.
Okay, so that is carried unanimously. Thank you. We are, as 1.8 has been put to the end of the meeting, but now we're going to move to part 2, finance. So, as I say, I have varied the order of the business from the published agenda. We will instead move to item 2.1, the Outturn Budget Monitor Report 2021 to 2021. John Alsop, our Chief Finance Officer, will introduce the report. Thank you. John.
Right, thank you. Good morning, members. This is an update to the provisional outturn report presented to the board at its March meeting. The March report requested the approval of provisional carry forward unspent balances from 2021 to 21-22 for both revenue and capital budget lines, so that activities could continue in the absence of any other approved budget provision in the new financial year. The year-end process has now been substantially completed, and draft accounts have been published and have been reviewed by the Audit and Governance Committee last Friday and are currently being audited by Ernst & Young. And the plan is for final accounts to be agreed by the auditors and to go to the July meeting of the Audit and Governance Committee for final sign-off. So this outturn report is based on the same set of figures and are therefore still subject to audit. The report concentrates on highlighting and explaining any material changes from the position presented in March. The table under paragraph 2.1 shows the summary outturn position of the revenue budget for the last financial year and a positive variance for the year of approximately £8.9 million. The table highlights a request to carry forward approximately 6.4 million of expenditure budget into the new year, along with 2.9 million of subject to approval lines. The underspends are largely as described in the March paper, and details of the main variances and movements from the provisional outturn position are set out in paragraphs 2.3 to 2.6. with further line-by-line detail shown in the appendices. Areas in which the largest revenue carry-forwards are requested relate to those largely that have been affected by COVID. In the business and skills, that includes the health and care sector work academy, where the pandemic affected the costs incurred in the delivery of the programme, and also in the numbers of learners engaged. And a change request has been sent to DWP to consider the programme. Similarly, number of enrolments in AEB courses has been low, that members will be aware that that is a ring-fenced project, so the intention is to carry that forward. And also projects such as the bus review in the delivery and strategy director have also been delayed by the impact of COVID. Similarly, the updated capital position is shown in the table under paragraph 3.1. The outturn position shows expenditure of 152 million against a budget for last year of 200 million, with a request for slippage or budget carry forward to continue programmes into 2021-22 of 32 million, and to carry forward subject to approval lines of 12 million. A significant difference in the from the March paper is updating the assumptions on the affordable housing programme. Overall, the capital programme shows a 26% variance between actuals and budget, which is less than previously reported. And also, as discussed previously, that 30% slippage in a capital programme is not unusual, especially with multiple year projects and when funding needs to be approved in advance of projects entering into the contracts. Further detail movements in outturn and requested carry forwards are as set out in subsequent paragraphs within section 3, and again shown in a line by line detail in the appendices. Finally, under section 4, we have the budget position for the new financial year if the carry forward assumptions are approved, and gives the baseline budget for future reporting to the board. Happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Are there any questions, comments?
So you sort of answered the question already, but I feel I'd make a comment, I suppose, Mayor, is you said 26% variance, and you said that's not very high, or could be 30. It seems a big variance to me. I mean, can you say anything more about that?
Well, as I say, that quite often in the capital programme, we have a number of projects which are multiple year, so it extends across a number of years across the medium-term financial plan. And quite often, in order for activities to progress, we need to ensure that funding is approved by the board, so that those projects can proceed and enter into contracts. So quite often the funding is approved, and then the expenditure might continue over a longer period of time. So that contributes to the slippage.
The point of my question really is, I suppose, I'd be keen to see projects run on budget, on time, and on budget year on year. The point that's been made about making budgets work for multiple years is a good one. Good, I suppose, excuse, but it's not really the answer that I'd be hoping to get.
Okay. Any more questions, comments? Can't see anything. Sorry, Councillor Bowden.
Thank you very much indeed, Mayor. May I ask you to look at Appendix 3 to this report, that is the 2021-2025 capital programme and slippage.
Page number.
I've got page 134426.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. There are several items which are listed under the business and skills approved to spend budgets for 2021-2022. And I fully appreciate these aren't slippage items, but I am referring here to the Market Towns figures moving from Chatteris of 228,000 down to Wisbech for 701,000, coming to a total of approximately 7.4 million. These are projects which have been approved by the Combined Authority Board. In many cases, they're part of the COVID recovery capital spend, which was authorised by the Combined Authority. But we are having significant difficulty because you have still not provided us with the assurance, despite the fact that they're in this approved to spend list, that these projects can go ahead. I have made 4 requests to your office, and you have actually given me a verbal assurance that written assurance will be given that the projects can go ahead. But you have stated that all capital programmes without, as you called it, spades on the ground, will be subject to your reprioritisation programme. I asked at the leaders' strategy meeting last week that you give assurance to us that those projects that I've just listed are not part of that reprioritisation process, and that the local authorities concerned and the local boards concerned can proceed with those particular spends which have been approved by the combined authority. Last week that you would give that consideration at the end of the week, and by today you would be able to give an answer. We still have not received an answer. May I ask, and that be put on record, may I ask you to give an assurance that all of those projects which have been approved by the combined authority under the Market Towns schemes, all of those may proceed, and that the combined authority will actually underwrite the expenditure, because a number of schemes are in a situation now where they have been waiting for some weeks for confirmation from the combined authority that they may go ahead and incur expenditure. I've got a particular problem in both Wisbech and Whittlesea, where in cooperation with the officers of the combined authority, we have conducted quite a substantial tendering process or competition process to be able to spend some £340,000 on small capital grants to businesses which need to expend money on capital items to help them. And yet we are in a position now where we are going, if we don't get this confirmation today, contact the successful bidders and to say to them, there's some 35 to 40 businesses involved, that the Mayor has still failed to give us the assurance that this can go ahead. So may I ask you formally to state that all of those projects, I believe they were phases 1 to 4, I think phase 5 comes up later in the agenda, that all of those projects which are listed in Appendix 3 that have been approved by the Combined Authority Board for the Market Towns monies, that all of those schemes may proceed, and that the Combined Authority will honour the decisions which have been made previously by the Board.
Councillor Bowden, I was of the opinion that an email had already gone to you about this and to all members clarifying this point exactly. And it was, I signed it off on Monday from the director of John T. Hill, and it should be with you already. So I apologise if the email has not been received, but what you are requesting has already been granted in the form of an email which I signed off at the start of the week. So my apologies if that has not arrived in your inbox, or if it has, it's not been seen, but it was dealt with at the end of last week by myself, agreed with Director John T. Hill, and to be sent to you and all other members. Apologies if you've not received it, but it should have been sent, and I will, sorry about that, but it's in agreement across the board, yes.
I'm very grateful for that assurance. There will be a very great deal of reassurance to many individuals who've been waiting for that confirmation. I did not receive, at least not into my Fenland email address, that email on Monday, and I am here as a representative from Fenland District Council. I don't know which email address it may have been sent to. I wonder if it may be sent to me at my Fenland email address later on today, or if necessary tomorrow.
It's a good point. As I say, I will check with the processes. I do have a bit of a concern, which maybe in the course of time we need to be clear about which emails we are using in terms of good governance, because I think going forward, everybody, members, should have a combined authority email conducting business. But on this occasion, my apologies if it was not received. It was acted on last week at your request, and I recognise in regard to all the market towns, there's some excellent projects that I really do want to see, the combined authority supporting. But it will go through. You have my reassurance. The email will be found and it will be resent to all of you.
Thank you very much indeed, Mayor. Much appreciated.
May I just make an observation? With somebody that's got enough email addresses to monitor, we are here in our respective. The best way to send a formal email if it is related to a council issue is to use our pass. If there is some requirement for me to have a CA email, fine, but I don't particularly, because it adds to confusion. And I'm always at, well, that's it, hopefully forever, at peterborough.gov.uk, thank you. I don't need any more email addresses, I have enough.
I think
from a practical point of view, and to cut out the confusion, unless there is a constitutional reason why we need a CA email address, please don't give me.
Councillor Fitzgerald, I appreciate that as somebody who has multiple emails as well. There is an issue here about good governance and, making sure, certainly we have to be very careful not using any private emails for these matter, and it was some of these things I was checking on, but it will be part of the process, and it's all part of a learning process, which I want to ensure we deliver the very highest standards within the combined authority. Austin, sorry.
Yeah, I guess I'm intrigued, just for my education, what basis did we stop these investments? They were approved by this board. Well, why are we having this discussion?
Get some of that maybe because of the change in circumstances come May, and I've been taking some time to get my head around some of the facts and the figures. But, I know it's a good point.
It allows us to put a resolution to a board to move forward with an issue, and then it doesn't happen for some reason.
Well, it will happen. I think it's just, I think officers were mindful of a significant change in the direction of the combined authority, and they were respectful, but maybe the mayor might have some time to overview the situation. But when I had the chance to overview the decision that the board, I think across the board there was no objection. So I think maybe it's the other way around, where I'm sort of recognising the quality of the decisions that you've made in the past, and I wanted to kind of acknowledge that at a later stage. Although I appreciate that was a delay, but it was, you know, and unfortunately maybe a little bit more because of communication issues. But going forward, to me, it sort of represents good governance. Councillor Fuller.
Thank you, Mayor. I won't labour this point, but I think...
Councillor Fuller, can you move a bit closer?
Sorry, I thought that was quite loud already.
A bit closer, maybe? Thank you.
Better?
Yeah, it's not for me, it's for others.
Okay, so I won't labour this point, Mayor, but I think it's very relevant. Because I absolutely understand what you've just said around officers wanting to have a look at things again and an overview with a change of mayor. However, the Constitution is very explicit in that the mayor cannot single-handedly undo the policy framework of this combined authority. So it's, I think, very regrettable actually that money that was destined for our market towns and for our businesses has been delayed with no constitutional basis at all. This board has made decisions, they should now be respected until such a time as the Constitution is utilised to make a different decision. Now, I'm not getting into the CAM issue on this, you know, that's a discussion, as I said, that's taking place elsewhere, but I'm just expressing my concerns, and I think it's very good that Mr. Adams has raised them here.
Point noted about a point of process, but fine, Councillor Fuller. Councillor Singer.
Just to say that as a new member of the board, I actually think it was very reasonable that there should be a short pause looking at the whole of the previous board's decisions. I'm very grateful that you, and I think it's entirely appropriate that you've now made the decision that these particular investments are in line with your view of and vision for the county going forward. So I think that's very reasonable, but I also think it was reasonable to just take a little bit of time to have a look at some of these decisions before money leaves the account. So I just wanted to put a counter view to make it clear that not everybody in this room feels that that was an unreasonable decision.
Councillor Singer, it's always nice to have two sides to an argument. Rob Parkin, you just wanted to come in, maybe.
Yeah, so just to make the, I think probably very obvious point that the mayor's responsible for setting the budget and consulting on it, and I think the piece of work that's being described and discussed now was, in my understanding, around the role of the mayor looking ahead on to the forward plan, but also the budget. And had there been any changes, of course, they would have come through the machinery as appropriate of the combined authority board for decisions. If their decisions had already been made, they would have come back to be looked at. That didn't arise in this instance, but members of the board, please be assured that we are, we're keenly aware of the role of the board and the mayor, and it's our role as officers to be tested to ensure that we're bringing the right things to you. So we'll work with you on any questions and challenges you've got. But on this particular point, this is around the mayor's role, the budget, and on other matters. Of course, please keep the challenge and questions coming. We will make sure that the board is properly given its role.
Thank you. Recommendation. Is that where we are? There's no further. Yeah, I think we are. So I'm now ready to move the recommendation from the chair. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Smart. So we'll move to a vote, and obviously that does not include the co-opted members. Votes in favour. That is carried unanimously. Okay, so now we're moving to part 3, the mayoral decision.
Apologies for interrupting, Chair. I've just had a text message sent through to me saying that the sound quality from this meeting is absolutely awful for people from the outside. And I think it was only when Councillor Smart was speaking earlier that the microphones were really working properly. I wonder if there can be extra gain given to the microphone system so that people who are listening from outside can actually hear what is being said. Thank you.
I think that's directed to the people in the room, but the men over there with all the... That's okay? Thank you very much. Thank you for the feedback, but no feedback, if you know what I mean. So, the mayoral decision, part 3. We move now to part 3, a mayoral decision on the local highways maintenance grant allocation for 2021 to 2022. John, you're staying with us to introduce the report.
Thank you, Mayor. So this report sets out the proposal to split the local highways maintenance capital funds as received by the combined authority for 2021-22 between the two highways agencies, Cambridge County Council and Peterborough City Council, as set out in the table under paragraph 3.1. Of the total of £27.695 million received, 21.955 would be passported to Cambridge County Council and 5.7 million to Peterborough City Council. The split has been based on previous year's allocations, which in turn is based on government formula. It is a mayoral decision, but it is made in consultation with the board. I'd be happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Does anybody want to take any questions there for John? No. So before I take this decision, I'll consult the board, and there's no comments or questions. As this is a mayoral decision and consultation with yourself, and having now consulted you all, I give my approval to allocate the local highways maintenance grant allocation for 2021 to 2022 as set out in the report. Thank you. So the next part, West Rail consultation. 4.1. We now move to part 4 of the agenda, decisions coming direct to the Combined Authority Board. Item 4.1 is the East Rail consultation response. We have a question on this report from the Overview and Scrutiny Committee, which Councillor Dupre will share with us now.
Thank you very much, Mayor. The question from the committee is, the committee notes the consultation response from East West Rail and asks whether the combined authority will consider coordinating its consultation responses on such schemes with its constituent councils in future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dupre. So, during the development of the Combined Authority's response in relation to East West Rail, officers engaged with partners and member councils from across the region to ensure a level of consistency between submissions. This engagement included meetings with the Executive Director, Place and Economy, and the Group Manager, Transport Strategy and Funding from the County Council, the Assistant Director, Sustainable and Inclusive Growth at the Greater Cambridge Partnership, the Transport Advisor at the University of Cambridge, Cambridge University Health Partners, Cambridge Ahead, and Greater Cambridge Shared Planning Service through the Greater Cambridge Local Plan Transport Subgroup. It is of course important that the Combined Authority continues to endeavour to reflect the views of the constituent councils and recognise areas of difference. Over the last 2 years, the Combined Authority has managed to achieve a number of coherent and agreed responses to a range of transport consultations, including London Luton Airport's arrival consultation, England's Economic Heartlands Transport Strategy, and a number of Greater Cambridge Partnership Scheme consultations. The Combined Authority will continue to liaise and cooperate with member councils to ensure that responses truly reflect the needs of the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm now going to ask Is it going to be Tim? Paul? Tim, okay. So Tim Bellamy, sorry, excuse my friend. Tim Bellamy, Transport Strategy and Policy Manager, will introduce the report.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, members. The purpose of this report is to invite members to shape the combined authority response to the East West Rail consultation. We have been given an extension by East West Rail Limited with a submission deadline of later today. The East West Rail is a proposed rail link that would connect Oxford, Milton Keynes, Bedford and Cambridge with the aim to create growth through job creation and supporting more affordable houses in the local area. The scheme is being delivered in stages and trains are already running between Oxford and Bicester. East West Rail Limited aim to have trains running the full length of the line between Oxford and Cambridge by the end of the decade. As a key and strategic transport scheme for Cambridgeshire, Peterborough and the Oxford OPCAM, the combined authority continues to be supportive of the East West Rail scheme as a key component part of the local transport plan and the rail strategy. In the paper, there are a number of key principles outlined that we believe that the East West Rail Limited should adhere to. East West Rail should contribute to the achievement of the net zero position. To deliver against this aspiration, the scheme needs to be electrified from day one of operation. East West Rail is critical to delivering sustainable transport to support the anticipated growth to 2031 and beyond, and therefore East West Rail should consider emerging local plans to ensure that schemes unlock and serve the growth potential through the safe, high quality, accessible and sustainable interchanges. In addition, we have stated that East West Rail Limited must endeavour to minimise the adverse impact on the region's health by addressing concerns around poor air quality, noise quality and community severance. In addition, the doubling of nature plays a critical part in response to the climate change challenge, and with nature providing an essential role in our ability to mitigate and adapt to climate change. East West Rail should therefore give due consideration to doubling nature within its construction, maintenance and operational phases. Finally, in relation to the alignment, we suggest that East West Rail should clarify the evidence in support of its preference for the alignment of the proposed section between Clapham Green and Cambridge, and the combined authority requests cited evidence to support the southerly approach to Cambridge as an alternative northerly approach to the city could have been considered in addition to the southerly one outlined in the consultation. The recommendation is for the Combined Authority Board to agree to the Combined Authority response to the East West Rail consultation, and I commend this paper to the Board.
Okay. Thank you, Tim. I will open the report to debate by the Board. Are there any questions or comments? And obviously, everybody's an opportunity to speak. Councillor Bridget Smith.
Thank you. So, can you hear me all right?
I can hear you. Okay.
So speaking as the lead member for the environment here, so I welcome the statement in 2.10 that demands that East West Rail has to be electrified from the outset. That's quite right, and I think that is probably in accordance with most of the other responses that have gone in from member councils. I also welcome that you have said that you want to minimise the impact on health. However, I think this is quite a lightweight response, and I don't think we should underestimate how important this board is as a consultee on East West Rail. So I would suggest we need to beef this up a bit, because where we as councils may we have a voice, but our voice isn't as strong as this board's voice. So as well as talking about health, we also need to be talking about well-being as well. So we need to be, we cannot ignore that regardless of what route East West Rail takes, it will have significant visual, acoustic and environmental impact on some communities. And therefore we need to be making a very strong point to East West Rail that they have to take these issues very, very seriously in order to minimise the visual, acoustic and environmental impact on existing communities. Because even though we are quite right as a board to be supporting East West Rail because of all the benefits it brings, it will, regardless of what route it takes, plough its way through some communities who will perceive it as only delivering negatives to them and not delivering the benefits. Because unlike places like Camborne, they won't have a station. So we have to be a strong voice for those communities to make sure that East West Rail do everything they can to be you know, to make things as good as they possibly can be. I think we must, the other point we're missing, and which I've been very frustrated in the very, very few conversations I've had with East West Rail, is that there absolutely has to be associated very high calibre cycleways associated with East West Rail, and there has to be digital infrastructure. So if we're digging up the countryside to put in a railway, we absolutely have to be making this a digital network as well. So we have to be putting in the very latest in digital infrastructure at the same time. I would also suggest that we in our response, refer to the Oxford-Cambridge ARC environment principles, which have been adopted by most of the councils, if not all the councils across the Oxford-Cambridge ARC, and which in a later item I will be asking this board to consider adopting as well. And that quite clearly states that there needs to be a minimum 20% biodiversity net gain. So if we just say, you know, they need to be mindful of our doubling nature ambitions, they will ignore us. You know, we need to be talking hard numbers here. We need to say 20% biodiversity net gain, you know, associated with East West Rail. We know that it can't all be along that corridor, but, you know, there are numerous opportunities for offsetting. They have to deliver on this. You know, this is a company that are going to make lots of money out of this. And we have to be demonstrating that there's something in it for our residents as well. You know, even those people who are never going to get on a train, we have to be able to say, we are going to be, you know, we are going to be delivering all this really, really high standard environmental stuff as well. So can we just beef it up, please, to include all of that?
Thank you, Councillor Smith, for the passion. On a point of accuracy, you are the prospective
I beg your pardon.
Prospective lead member for environment. But I think you've just demonstrated the very reason why you should be the lead member on this occasion for environment. So thank you for putting those things. They will be noted, and I'm sure will be put into the report in the course of time. Austin. Sorry.
So I guess I'm intrigued yet again. Bridget made some excellent points. Why haven't they already been included in the recommendation that we've been asked to approve here? Have you not been consulted, Bridget? Sorry, through the chair.
Well, I mean, we will have shared the South Cambridgeshire District Council response, which absolutely states all this. So I would have hoped that, you know, to go back to Councillor Bowden's point, actually, or sorry, to Lorna Dupre's point, that, you know, what we're putting out as councils gets captured by the board. Well, it's lightweight, and it just needs beefing up. So
okay, point noted, and point will be taken on board. Yes, Councillor Nessinger.
Thank you. It's a pretty similar point, actually, that that there are some responses that have gone in from South Cambridgeshire District Council and from the County Council, and it would be really good to see those, to see the wording in those responses echoed in our response. Because I think it is really important that we are seen to be speaking with one voice to government, because we will be so much more effective if that is really clear that we are absolutely working as one joined up group of organisations. And lots of stuff in here is similar, so it is really good to see the electrification kind of up there, and many of the other points. But they are, I think, slightly stronger in the county and South Cambs response, and it would be very helpful to see those, to see the wording of those reflected in our final response. It is slightly surprising that we don't have the kind of, we've got some principles, but we haven't actually got the response in front of us, and it would have been quite nice to have an actual response in front of us, particularly given that those two councils have already put together an actual response that would have been quite a good place to start. But broadly, I agree with the principles, but I also agree with Bridget, we could do with a bit more in there.
So, as the Mayor, I'm getting used to working with my officers, and I think you're making a clear message, which I agree with, in that I would like to see a more robust inclusion of some of the comments that you've made, and I will be directing that request to my officers to ensure that we've got something to be added to this, but obviously we'll vote on this at the moment, and maybe we'll get further amendments at a later stage or something like that. Is it Ryan Fuller? Sorry, did you? Councillor Fuller? No? Oh, sorry, yes, Councillor Fuller, over to you.
You to call me, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
I would echo almost everything that the previous speakers have said on this, I think it's quite a lightweight response, and certainly my own authority has put in pages and pages and pages of detail on this that largely aligns with South Cambs' view and the county's view. In another place, I am a member of the County Council, and that response was also much, much stronger. So I think it would behove us to look at those responses in quite some detail. It sounds like you've already accepted that point, so I won't labour it. But, you know, I think we could do better, and we must do better.
Thank you, Councillor Fuller. Far be it want me to rise to the challenge of being described as lightweight, and I'll come back swinging as a heavyweight next time. So I'll be looking to that with my officers. Councillor Smart. Oh, Councillor Bowden. Councillor Bowden.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm sorry to have to agree with Councillor Smith and Councillor Nettinger, but this is a lightweight response. I don't want to criticise the Combined Authority. I see you're loving Councillor Nettinger. I don't want to criticise the Combined Authority, but I think the criticism is justified, because this consultation process is very important in the whole process. Now, we in Fenland cannot be further away from the east-west rail route than, we're further away than anyone else in the entire Combined Authority area. But even for us, this route has implications, not obviously in the direct environmental terms, in terms of the economic benefit which there will be for the Combined Authority area as a whole. So even we in the far north of the area have an interest in what is going on here. And it is completely correct, as the Combined Authority has done, to set out key overarching principles, and that's an entirely appropriate thing to do. What I found astonishing, an astonishing failure, was the inability to properly overlay those key overarching principles on the potential options that there were, the potential alignments that there were, which were meant to be being consulted upon. And I felt it was a major wasted opportunity to give detailed answers to the question which was actually being asked under the consultation. And using this to complain that there hasn't been sufficient evidence in support of the proposed alignment, I thought was really quite unhelpful, because we know what our key overarching principles are, we know what the routes are which are being consulted upon. We should have given detailed answers to explain how those routes both comply with, and in some cases fail to comply with, those overarching principles. I don't believe it's necessary for the Combined Authority merely to replicate what other authorities are putting forward. I know that at least 3 authorities are putting things forward in this consultation which don't necessarily fully agree with each other in every single instance. But it is important that the Combined Authority does take into account what the various constituent authorities say, but that it makes a substantial response. And it was Councillor Smith who first said it. This is not a substantial response, it's a lightweight response, a wasted opportunity.
Thank you, Councillor Bowden. I was wondering if I could ask Paul to come to the floor and maybe give a response from an officer point of view, and maybe, as I say, start slugging it out as a heavyweight, because I believe we are an organisation that should be responding at that level, and if you could maybe answer some of those queries.
Yeah, no, thank you, Mayor. I think there's a very clear steer coming from this group, and you have to remember this is the first time, of course, this has been discussed at political level in the Combined Authority, and clearly the responses that are being mentioned are ones that have been through a political process already. So I think what we'll do is just take this feedback on board. I think we would be very happy, we'd be delighted to turn the principles into stronger statements. And what we'll just need to make sure that we are really strong, we're not being really strong in an area where the member councils aren't quite on the same page, and we'll focus the strength on the places where there's convergence.
Thank you, Paul. I would also add that I feel, although there are proposals on the table, I think there are other things that should be considered as well. And one of those is in regard to the route of the rail, particularly through St Neots, which is something I feel strongly about. So I am wanting to beef things up, and Paul has given us a response. Did you want to come in, Austin?
If that is the deadline, we can work extremely fast. We can get something round officers in the next 24 hours, and it is completely normal, I should say, it's completely normal in these circumstances to ask for a deadline extension, which I think the County Council did. We already have East West Rail won't make any bones about another 48 hours.
So Austin, I think, it's been heard loud and clear from the officer team in the Combined Authority that actually this needs to be a stronger response. You've got a lot of opportunity now to make Officer Rains work very hard for the next 48 hours, but that's what's going to be required. Councillor Smart, do you want to come in?
Yes, please. So thanks for that. And I mean, firstly, I think trains and public transport is being encouraged, and the more we get of it, the better, really. So it's a good thing to get a train journey rather than a car journey. Just a couple more things I wanted to say to add to Councillor Smith's points in terms of electrification of the line, which I would support as well from the start, is that, I mean, Councillor Smith's made the point really, but just to say from my experience of working at Adam Brooks Hospital as a porter for the last year, I've seen people go to lung function clinic many times, and we have people, I think 50 people a year dying in Cambridge, plus others, badly affected by pollution, and we don't want to add to it. So just to put an edge on that. The other thing I'd say is that there's been a lot of debate about the northern or the southern route, and I think I'd like to say that it'd be good to keep the northern route on the table, keep looking at it. And I say that because I want the best route for all of us, and I am aware that I think the southern route means less compulsory purchase, it means less civil engineering, and it's less cost. And I think the last point is the point I'd focus on, is that yes, less cost is not the only thing that's important, and we need to have the best route which isn't just about the least cost. That's all. Thank you.
Councillor Smart, thank you for those very valued comments. Councillor Nessinger and then Councillor Bridget. Councillor Smith.
Okay, so just one other addition. There's lots of examples of the routes they have severing existing links, particularly roadways and cycleways. And again, that can, it seemed like a small thing, but it can have a major impact on communities. So I think we need to be appealing strongly and be very mindful about not severing rights away, or certainly making alternatives available rather than just people just losing them. Because I was very faithful before when we talked about rationalisation of footpaths, which is code for erasing them. So
virtue of active benefits to public health, cycle paths, walking. So yes, again, we will have a heavyweight response to you as soon as possible and ensure it goes in, and we'll be fighting fit, Muhammad Ali style soon. Thank you. Councillor Nessinger, do you got one more point?
No, it's fine. Don't worry.
Okay. So do we move this one? So can I move this recommendation if we finish the debate? But obviously what we're passing in regard to what's in front of you will be modified, and then we'll obviously have to come back to you in the next sort of 48 hours. Make sure that the final application is, you're happy with that. Is that okay, Paul?
Yeah, and we'll pay particular attention to the email addresses we use to make sure everybody gets it.
We're going to take everybody's comments and beef up the report and then send it to you all for you to have another look at it, and then we can go through, we'll find a way to make sure that we're all a lot happier and it's a heavyweight report.
And I could just summarise that. So the recommendation addition. So it's to agree the combined authority response to the East-West Rail consultation, subject to the modifications and amendments requested by the board, which will be circulated following this meeting. Is that clear?
Oh, sorry.
The first point might be seek an extension to the deadline. You might want to start with that.
Seek an extension to the deadline.
And to seek an extension to the deadline?
Yes.
Clear.
Okay. So do I have a seconder to that recommendation? Thank you, Rob. Councillor Bowden, thank you. So shall we take a vote on that? That's Councillor, that's unanimous then. Carried unanimously.
and that is that timetabling is organised in future so that when there is a deadline, such as this response deadline today, the first time it comes to the combined authority isn't on the day when the item actually has to be determined. I know we get a slight extension.
I think, Councillor Bowden, that goes without saying, and it will be something I will be looking at going forward.
Thank you very much, Mayor.
So, item 4.2, bus services. Buses. All right. This report, he's already here, will be introduced by Paul Rains, the Director of Delivery and Strategy. Paul.
Thank you very much, Mayor. And I should explain that I would normally be asking Oliver Howarth, our bus strategy manager, to present this report, but Oliver is on leave this week, but he's put in an enormous amount of very hard work on this subject, as I think members are aware. So the paper's an update on our work on bus market reform. We are coming to you today looking for a mandate to produce a business case for bus franchising by the autumn, alongside a product that's being asked for by the Department for Transport called a bus service improvement plan. There are also two technical budget changes we're asking for through this report, which just allow us to spend government grant that we've been given. In a normal year, before COVID, the combined authority and the government together would put about £15 million a year into subsidising the bus system in our area. That's about a third of total turnover of the bus industry in the area. COVID lockdown, social distancing have had a drastic effect on bus passenger numbers. They fell to about a fifth at the trough, and even now they're roughly half their normal numbers. So since the COVID situation began, the combined authority alone has put £17 million into the bus industry in this area. And central government has put another amount, and we don't know how much in, through emergency grants coming in from the national level. So that's a very high proportion of the current turnover of the industry is coming in terms of subsidy. But within that very large subsidy budget, we have very little control over what the taxpayer is buying. We directly contract with bus companies for about 10% of the mileage run, about £3 million worth within that normal 15 million. The remaining services, even though they're getting subsidy, are deemed to be commercial, which means we have no control over the timetable, the routes, or no formal control at any rate. We, fortunately, in this area, have very good partnership style conversations with bus companies, but we don't have formal levers. Now, this isn't really where we want to be. The transport plan, obviously, there are further discussions to be had about updating that, but the evidence base for the current local transport plan suggests we need a 24% mode shift to public transport, which you need to address congestion, climate change, and so on. And the bus reform programme is trying to change the way the bus market works locally so we get a better quid pro quo for the taxpayers' money. Under previous decisions taken by the board, we are pursuing the statutory franchising process. Under franchising, and indeed under the alternative option, which is enhanced partnership, we would have the ability to influence network, timetables, fares, and so on. In order to do that, we've got to assemble an evidence base, a formal business case in line with the government's, and a statutory process. So we expect to bring this case to you in the autumn, ahead of taking that, as we're required to do by statute, to public consultation. At the same time, the government has published a national bus strategy, and that requires us to produce something called a bus service improvement plan by October. So actually our franchising work and our work under the government's strategy kind of mesh together rather nicely. The government, in order to continue giving the emergency funding, has asked local authorities to confirm by the end of this month whether they are pursuing either franchising or enhanced partnership. Because we were already pursuing franchising, we meet that condition. We're doing this work in really good, I have to say, really good partnership with the bus industry. We set up a bus operators forum, which is joined also by passenger representatives, employer representatives, The Highways Authorities are part of that. That's independently chaired by Professor Ian Leslie, and we're very, very grateful to Professor Leslie for the work he's doing to help take that work forward. It's probably worth saying this isn't just about the public sector kind of getting its claws into the bus industry. The ambition is to grow the number of passengers on buses. And with a growing population and that ambition to get mode shift, more fare paying passengers on buses. So there's a double dividend here, both for the taxpayer in terms of getting influence over what the network is, what the fares are and so on, but also actually for the bus companies themselves. They should be seeing an impact. If we get this right, the growth we're aiming for benefits both the taxpayer and the industry. Two specific updates just since the paper was drafted. It talks about the bid we've put in to the government's Zero Emission Buses Fund. We got news last Thursday that we have been taken through to the second round of that, which puts us in the sort of top half of the distribution of people who applied. So that's a kind of vindication of the strength of the bid we put in. We'll obviously have to now take that to its final form by the middle of August. There's also a mention of the Huntingdonshire demand responsive transport pilot in the paper. That's in the final stages of its procurement process, so I can't at this point name the successful bidder, but that's due to go live in the middle of August. That's the report.
Thank you, Paul. Questions or comments from the board? Councillor Nessenga.
Thank you. I want to say how very, very pleased I am to see this paper coming forward. I think it's been a matter of some frustration to a number of people around the county for the past 2 or 3 years that we haven't been faster acting on buses, and I know that there's been enormous concern across rural Cambridgeshire in particular about the lack of bus services in many areas. So it is really exciting to see this coming forward. I know that the conversations on franchising are not easy, but I think we absolutely need to have those conversations, and it's very, very good to hear that you're getting good buy-in from the bus companies. I think that hasn't always been the case in the past. I'm not surprised that it's the case now. I think we're in a very different situation at the moment in terms of bus companies relying on subsidy in a way that they haven't done for some time, and that also leads to different conversation. I did also want to say, I mean, this is clearly a huge piece of work that needs to be done very quickly over the summer. And there is so much that we would love to have from our bus services, and it will be interesting to see how much of what we would like to have we can get. One of the things that I think is really important as part of that conversation is discussion about fare structuring, because it's very noticeable that bus companies are, on the whole, less good at offering, for example, discounts for young people than rail companies. I think we really need to look at how bus companies treat families as well, because it's deeply frustrating that it's actually much cheaper, on the whole, to drive into somewhere if you've got more than one person than it is to get on the bus. And we need to look at people travelling in groups and how that works, which again is something that rail companies seem to manage, and I don't know quite why bus companies don't. So those, I think those are important parts of that conversation, but I am mostly really, really pleased that this is a conversation that we are now having very seriously, and it's been frustrating that it didn't happen before, but it's great that it's happening now. Thank you.
Councillor Bailey.
Thank you very much. I too welcome very much this report. It actually is a conversation that was happening in the last administration, very much so. There's been a huge amount of work done on this to arrive at the point we're at. So I'm not aware that Councillor Netzing was actually part of the authority at that stage, but I personally have been involved in a huge amount of work on this subject. And from an East Cambs District Council point of view, I just wanted to remind everybody, as I always do, that the administration in the May 2019 elections put out a manifesto pledge to support better bus services and to fight for more frequent and more rural routes in our district. Obviously, that's not in our direct gift as a tiny district council, but we're good at fighting for what we need. And when we were returned as the administration, we embedded that into our corporate plan, and it became a promise that we wanted to see through. So we embarked on a district-wide survey. It was a hard copy survey that went to every single household in our district, asking them for detailed information on their use or potential use of bus services and what they felt they needed, frequency, times, locations, strategic pickup points, what was a good bus network going to look like in East Cambridgeshire. We formulated that into a detailed prospectus, which has been available for some time now and submitted to the Combined Authority. We had about just short of 1,500 responses, I think, from people. There are some really excellent pictorial maps in our prospectus, which shows the current bus network in East Cambridgeshire overlaid with where the demand for bus services is. So I have, East Cambs has worked hard to feed directly in detailed information about what a good bus service network looks like in East Cambridgeshire. And I would sincerely hope, what we didn't do was set about how those services should be delivered. So we didn't get involved in the questions around franchising or partnership or whatever. This is about what we need in order to try and get some modal shift. So it outlines a package of service improvements that is needed. The one thing that I wanted to say, two things I wanted to say, having worked on this as well for a long time in the past in Cambridgeshire County Council, the biggest frustration is the fact that we are forced statutorily to spend an enormous amount of money on subsidising fares for people that have a bus pass, which vastly, well, in the past, it won't at the moment because of the COVID spend, but in the past has vastly outstripped the spend that we had available for non-statutory requirements, which is to subsidise non-commercial routes, which is not a statutory service. And the statutory requirement to subsidise bus fares vastly outstrips the spend on subsidising non-commercial routes, which is a huge frustration, particularly from rural East Cambridgeshire's point of view, because what happens when budgets are under the cosh is that the only non-statutory budget has to be considered, and those are the rural routes, which necessarily need subsidising, and those are the ones that come under scrutiny and change to the disbenefit of the rural areas and to benefit the urban centres and people who think in Cambridge that they need a bus service every 2 minutes because they've only got one every 5 minutes. One a week in rural East Cambridgeshire would be nice. I've got any villages that have no bus service whatsoever. And the focus of this work needs absolutely to be on the rural areas if you make any difference at all with modal shift. So whatever representations we can make about the issue of statutory subsidisation of bus pass, I know it's a national issue, but it is an enormous problem. And I really feel that if we even only subsidise the bus passes to 50% of what they're currently subsidised, we'd have a huge amount of money extra to be able to support the bus network. And the second thing I wanted just to talk about very briefly was the Ely Zipper Bus, which I was heavily involved in getting set up. It was an experiment carried out by Cambridgeshire County Council. It was a relatively expensive bus to subsidise in the outset, but it sought to put on a really good old-fashioned service that went on the hour pretty much every hour on a sensible route that got people in a reasonable time scale from point A to point B, taking all the strategic points that were necessary without trying to do all things to all men and getting around in a reasonable time. And it trundles round basically one way in the morning around the Grunty Fen villages going to Ely, and in the afternoon goes round in the opposite direction. And we had a belief that if you put heavy subsidy in at the beginning, but you loved it locally and nurtured it locally, and we've done a huge amount of work to push it locally and get the local community using it and loving it. We've done all sorts of schemes about different fare structures, and we've also got a Section 106 contribution from the local business enterprise zone to make sure that it had a pickup there, which helped the subsidy levels. And we've got the subsidy down. Last time I looked, it was the lowest subsidised bus service in Cambridgeshire because of the way that we've nurtured it and loved it. And that is what is absolutely necessary with these bus routes. They have to work for local people, and you really have to listen to the way that people use them. So I would strongly advocate detailed examination of our prospectus. We did a huge amount of work on this. we haven't had a lot of feedback yet, and I'm waiting desperately to see the bus service improvement plan and waiting to know what improvements we're going to get in East Cambridge. Thank you for my time.
Councillor Bailey, I'm sure those members of the public watching on will be delighted to know that they've got one member of the committee and a mayor who are as passionate about developing services for rural economies as well across the whole of Cambridgeshire and Peterborough. It just makes me feel very warm inside that we've got another example where we'll be cooperating together. Councillor Smith.
Thank you very much. So I just want to pick up on one bit of what Councillor Netzinger has said, and that's in relation to young people. So, we have an enormous opportunity here to address some of the inequalities that affect young people in all of our districts here, through bus franchising. So I could probably name, but I won't, half a dozen young people in my village alone who have not been able to access apprenticeships because they haven't, they haven't got a car, they haven't got a parent who is free to drive them into Cambridge, into Cambridge Regional College, to access apprenticeships outside of my own village. So in parts of Europe, in some cities in Europe, I've seen places where young people, I think people under the age of 25, pay €1 to travel on any public transport. I think that's a great model. It'd be lovely if we could have a flat fare of £1 for anybody under 25 or anybody in education or in apprenticeships or something like that. And I think that, as well as the bus service to go with it. So when we are planning this, I think we need to be very much focused on what the problems are we are trying to solve. We're obviously trying to solve the climate change problem, so getting people like us out of our cars, but we have to address the inequality problem, particularly in relation to young people and access to education and training, which is going to be so much worse in a post-COVID world.
Councillor Smith, it sounds like you were listening to Radio 4 this morning, which highlighted the issues with COVID and the fact that it's not just dealing with the health challenges, it's that to improve public health, you have to address issues around skills, accessibility, transport. And hopefully you'll remember that in the month before my election and appointment here, the idea of subsidising fares was something that was high on my agenda. So it's great to hear that some support from the floor on that idea. So that's great. Councillor Smart, sorry, still there. So hello, Councillor Smart.
Support young people travelling free on the buses makes perfect sense. Get them out their cars early on, and they won't use one later, perhaps. So just on the point about the comparison between Cambridge and outside of Cambridge, so people in Cambridge do leave Cambridge occasionally. I used to work in Papworth for a couple of years and got the bus there, and it was an awful service, but I did my best. So just on the franchising. So yes, let's get franchising, let's get in control of the buses, not them in control of us. So we've had a long time where routes have been cancelled one by one because that particular route isn't profitable, and that's not a way to run the bus service for Cambridgeshire. We can't have that. We have a system where pretty much one bus company has a monopoly in Cambridgeshire, especially on the guided busway. And that doesn't seem to be working. And I know in recommendation 1 that we say we'll talk to bus operators, plural, and hopefully that will be the case, because I think we do need to have a service that's not only profitable but also affordable for people that do have to pay. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Smart. I think now's the time to. I'd quite like to. Oh, sorry, Councillor Bowden. Oh, Councillor Fitzgerald.
We were keeping our powder dry, Mr. Mayor.
All right, fire away.
I'm a great advocate of community bus services, and the more of those that we can introduce to serve unmet need, particularly in rural areas, and we could do a lot to encourage those, because where there is some viability issues, I think those perhaps are often the best way forward. So all discussions about buses I welcome, and I'm a big fan of community bus services, and I think we should set more of them up across the county, in fact across the country. So that's my comments on buses. The thing is with comments, you wait for one and another one comes along. I think it was Councillor Bowden next.
Councillor Bowden.
Thank you very much indeed, Mayor. I welcome this paper so far as it goes, and it goes so far as it's able to. I fully accept that, not criticising officers for that. But sometimes I think it helps to raise our eyes a little bit above the parapet, to look a little bit more than into the immediate future, the challenges that we've got for the rest of this decade, and we do have challenges for the rest of this decade as far as public transport is concerned. But it sometimes helps, especially in a strategic authority, to look more widely than that. And I am, despite what some members here might believe, I am a very strong supporter of public transport in various forms, and it does take various forms. However, the proposals which are very often put forward, and I'm sorry to say, I think expectations have been raised here within the Combined Authority and elsewhere on current proposals, both by the Combined Authority, by the County Council, and by government. These proposals are unrealistic in many senses in achieving what the aims are. We talk about a 24% mode shift. That is pie in the sky. Not because it's not advisable, not that it's not welcome. It's just not going to happen without a massive, massive increase in the amount of money which is spent. And that is not going to happen. Anyone who thinks that by passing a resolution we somehow achieve something when it's just not got the funding to be able to support it is, I'm sorry to say, not living in the real world. Now, if we were to look at decades into the future in terms of public transport, I personally believe that if you were talking about 2050, the scale that we should be looking at in strategic terms, that the private car really has very little place within a long-term strategy. But in order to achieve that, because private cars are inherently uneconomical, it's quite astonishing we actually have so many private cars in this country, and we only have them because there's no alternative, no realistic alternative at all. So I very much welcome the opportunity. Sorry, it looks as though I'm going to have to wait for a second.
Sorry, something to do with the night.
Okay, thank you very much. So I do very much welcome what's before us at the moment, but I would urge the authority to have a wider, a longer perspective here to see what the alternatives are for the 2030s and the 2040s, because many of the infrastructure changes that we are proposing now can be utilised in the 2030s and 2040s with new technology to support new methods of public transportation, which currently are totally unavailable to us. However, we've got to deal with today's problems today, and that's what this paper is about, today's problems and the problems for the rest of this decade. And I do welcome the proposals to look at alternative methods such as franchising, but they in themselves don't actually achieve much. I'm not saying they don't achieve anything, but they don't achieve much without that significant additional funding, which, in all honesty, is not realistically on the horizon at the moment. And so I think we ought to be realistic about this, not just so that we don't deceive ourselves, but that we don't raise unrealistic expectations in the general public. Because Councillor Bailey gave a very good example of some of the problems that there are within East Cambridgeshire. Well, we in Fenland have similar problems. Members here will be aware that Fenland consists of 4 towns and about a quarter of the population is in villages. Well, even within the 4 towns, our major employment area is Wisbech. There is no bus service between Wisbech and Whittlesea. There's no bus service between Wisbech and Chatteris. Even in Whittlesea, where we are 6 miles from Peterborough, with no evening service, residents in my area would welcome the opportunity to use public transport more if the public transport even existed at the times that they wished it to exist. And that just isn't the case. And it does feel to me as though, to some extent, we are moving the deck chairs around on the deck of the Titanic here. And we are trying to take from one place and give to another place, rather than accept that there will need to be that significant in order to achieve what we wish to achieve. And some of us wish to achieve it for different reasons than others. But as far as I'm concerned, it's the pure efficiency of the utilisation of public transport, something that we should be pushing forward. The thing which affects individuals is, can they actually get a bus? And I'll use the bus at the moment, although I think it's quite unhelpful to be so demarcating as to say all you can have is a conventional bus and nothing else, and that's all we can consider. There are many other options. But Individuals in our communities need to have access to a bus service which will take them from where they are to where they want to be and back at the times that they wish to do it. That's one of the reasons why I'm so encouraged by the exploration of demand-responsive transport. And I think that's a very, very good direction of travel to go in. I just wouldn't want to raise too many people's expectations that we'll achieve too much in a relatively short period of time. But it's exactly the direction of travel, if you'll pardon the pun, that we need to be going in. But ultimately, the test of all of this is how many buses will there actually be on the ground to support people to get from place A to place B and back at the times they need to do that. And in all the talk that we have of fundraising and other methods of organisation of things, sometimes we can lose track of the fact that we are meant to be here to be serving individuals' needs and individuals' wants. So I would urge consideration to be given by everyone in this process of what the actual requirements are of individuals, and also to not to raise unrealistic expectations. What we're currently suggesting here, what's currently on the table, will not achieve a 24% mode shift, and anyone who thinks to the contrary is just deluding themselves. Thank you, Mayor. Very supportive of the paper insofar as it can go at the moment.
Councillor Bowden, thank you for the qualified support. I'm minded to say, obviously we have a local transport refreshed, reinvigorated plan. I only wish when we put it before you that I'm in the room to see your face, and hopefully it's going to light up with delight, because much of what you have said is what we're going to be addressing. So maybe we're on the same page. I'm very grateful to hear your words. May I caution you against raising expectations too highly in this area? Many others have done so in the past. I am an ambitious mayor who identified that buses were going to be an important part of solving some of the problems that we've already talked about. So yeah, we have to be careful about raising too many expectations. I think it's also important that the people of Cambridge and Peterborough know that their combined authority has listened to them and is ambitious in terms of bus services. Thank you. Austin, fine.
One final point.
Please.
Quickly. Just a bit of out-of-the-box thinking. I think we might be pleasant to what extent businesses might want to engage in the dialogue around this. I can speak from my own personal experience of I have a business in the north of England, a lot of money building a car park at the moment, which is absolutely ridiculous in this day and age. But there is no alternative. There is not a dialogue with the transportation business to find an alternative solution. And that's an expensive thing to do. I would be more than happy to financially support the public transport system in difference to capital expenditure that really adds no value at all. To Bridget's point about apprentices, we are recruiting for apprentices in chapters just at this point in time. One of the biggest questions they've got is how am I going to get here and what's it going to cost, especially out in the fens where we've got people spread around and very poor networks. We lost the life of an apprentice at 17 years old who went and bought a motorcycle because he could not find an alternative public service mechanism to get to work. So I certainly applaud Bridget's points with regard to apprentices. Please engage business. You might be pleasantly surprised on some of their thoughts and ideas and how they might contribute to solving the problem.
A point well made. I'm moving the recommendation from the chair. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Bridget Smith. So moving to the vote. Recommendations B and C require a vote in favour by at least 2/3 of all representatives appointed by the constituent councils and must include members appointed by Cambridgeshire County Council and Peterborough City Council. I will ask the monitoring officer to confirm the outcome of the vote.
I can either do a roll call or if there's general consensus, votes in favour. That's votes in favour. I think that's unanimous in any event, so that's carried.
Thank you for confirming the outcome of the vote. Before we move on to item 4.3, I just want to ask, does anybody want to take a comfort break? And before I close the meeting, I just want to, I think I have had texts coming in. I believe the email that was errant has been sent. I've gotten lots of confirmation has been sent to Fenland District Council email addresses. So you might need to check your processes as well. And it has been resent as well, but sent on Monday. I've got a time and everything. So I think it also went to HDC and also East Camden District. But if I don't okay, but it was. I can confirm it was sent.
And I haven't received it just now either. So
I haven't got it.
We'll have the IT looking at it, but I can confirm it was sent from our organisation on Monday in response to the initial. Okay, thank you. So we're just going to do about another 10 of you that the next break will be at 1 o'clock for lunch, maybe for 20 minutes. And trying to keep the sort of fluidity and speed of the meeting going forward. Item 4.3 is on climate change. We have both a question on the report from the Review and Scrutiny Committee and also a proposed amendment from Councillor Bailey with a seconding from Councillor Bowden. I've asked my monitoring officer to try and help in terms of how we're going to deal with these two issues in as kind of a timely and as appropriate a manner possible. So over to Councillor Robert, please.
Yep, so just in very simple terms, I think I'd suggest that we start with the question and answer from Councillor Dupre. There'll be an opportunity either to hear from the officer first or to hear from Councillor Bailey with a proposed amendment. It may assist the meeting to hear the officer's presentation and then the proposed amendment with the seconder. We'll then have an opportunity to debate the proposed amendment. So perhaps if that's the running order, we start with the overview and scrutiny question and answer, move to the officer's presentation, opportunity for Councillor Bailey to propose and have seconded her amendment, and then a debate upon that. Then there'll be a vote on that, and then I'll take you through the next steps as we go. Okay. And just to hopefully we'll be able to share on the screen the amended proposal when it comes along, hopefully for ease of reference.
So, can we invite Councillor Dupre to come into the meeting now? Hello, Councillor Dupre. Thank you.
The third and final question from Overview and Scrutiny today is, in light of the findings of the first interim report of the Combined Authorities Commission on Climate Change, will the Mayor be declaring a climate emergency?
Thank you, Councillor Dupre. A very good question, bearing in mind the report we're about to hear. So, the Independent Commission has set out the evidence of how a changing climate is affecting Cambridgeshire and Peterborough and given the Combined Authority a clear set of recommendations to respond to. That is the focus of the debate for today. As a society, we face significant challenges such as climate change, access to good quality affordable housing, tackling fuel poverty and deprivation, funding of public health and social care, loss of biodiversity and more, all whilst coping with a global pandemic. Making a declaration on one of these issues, however fundamental, is not the right approach for the Combined Authority. I want to see compassionate improvements to everyone's quality of life that deliver across all these issues. What I do believe the right approach for the Combined Authority is to set a clear target for reducing emissions and get on with delivering that in a fair and compassionate way. Equally, we must all be prepared for the impacts of a changing climate that are already with us, such as more flooding risks. That is why we need to act on the Commission's recommendations now and agree the actions that the Combined Authority will take. In summary, what I'm saying is that I acknowledge that some local councils have already called a climate emergency. The Combined Authority acknowledges that there is a fire of climate change and it's burning in our house now. And those councils who've declared that emergency deserve the recognition for discovering and raising the alarm. It is now for the Combined Authority to show the leadership in clearing the building and fighting the fires, the metaphorical fires of climate change. Our children and our children's children expect nothing less. Can we go to the report now? Supporting the report, please.
Thank you, Mayor. We should be being joined on the screen by Adrian Cammard, who has done a lot of work on preparing this report. So in the background to this report is a statutory commitment imposed by Parliament on central government to reach net zero in the United Kingdom by 2050. And within the Climate Change Act 2008, the government has powers which it has not yet activated to make regulations affecting any public sector body to see what it's doing to contribute to that target. We're also required to take action on climate change by our own policies. This board adopted a local transport plan which embodied the 2050 ambition as an ambition for the combined authority. This legal and policy framework is obviously relevant in a world where there are some reasonably feisty campaign groups out there, and I'm not thinking so much groups that go on the streets as groups that litigate and take other action like that around public sector action. That's quite apart from any duty the board might feel to provide leadership, as the Mayor has said, on this issue. And the board has provided leadership on this by setting up an independent climate change commission last year. The board took receipt of the Commission's first report in March and asked officers to produce a response to the recommendations from that first report. So that's the report that's before you today. It might be worth just a word for the record about the Commission. It's obviously chaired by Baroness Brown, who's not only a distinguished engineer with very strong local connections, but she's also the Deputy Chair of the National Climate Change Committee. She picked a strong team of commissioners to support her. Some of them are climate change experts. Many of them bring local experience from sectors affected by the sort of things they're making recommendations on, from agriculture, building, transport, to a representative of the churches and even a postgraduate medical student who is the voice of youth and of the future on the Commission. So the Commission's recommendations reflect discussions they've had about the real life impact of the sort of things they're recommending. The board asked the Commission for evidence and for recommendations. In terms of evidence, the Commission says about a third of our emissions are from transport, a third from buildings, and I know members will be very interested in this, a third from peat. And of course, that entirely depends on whether you agree with the government about the way in which the government is scoring peat in these things. And that's a matter for significant debate. Given the way those emissions break down, it really highlights some of the issues in this area around fairness. Places where people live in a well-insulated modern house and can walk to their work tend to be better off than places where people have a long journey to work by car and live in houses that need updating. And the Commission's second report is going to focus very much on that. It will have a whole chapter on what in the jargon they're calling just transition, as well as on business and skills. So in the first report, they cover transport, energy and water, buildings, and the peat question. 4 of the recommendations are addressed to the combined authority alone, 6 to central government and its agencies, and 13 to the combined authority and councils. Now, in preparing this response, in line with the instruction the board gave us, officers have undertaken an inclusive process involving member councils. There's been a series of thematic workshops. There was a chief executive level discussion. There's been discussion in the business board. And there were a couple of discussions recently involving portfolio holders, leaders, and officers. And the document in front of you reflects comments that were made during that process. The response in front of you would accept all the Commission's recommendations to the combined authority. This would include, as a first step, setting up a climate working group of leaders and other partners, supported by an officer group, to translate the response into a detailed, costed action plan, which is in line with the Commission's first recommendation. I'll just say this because it bears on, I think, the amendment that's been put down. I think the reason we frame things the way we have in putting this before you today is because it seems to us that it would be difficult to get to that actual action plan stage and costing a detailed action plan without actually knowing how many of the recommendations this board was supporting and asking therefore to be embodied in the action plan. There seems to be there's a logical sequencing question there which needs untangling, which if we don't indicate today from the board which recommendations are for following up. In many cases, as you'll see from the way the paper is framed, the route to following up on the recommendations is already available. So, for example, we're already committed to producing a zero-emission vehicles strategy. So the path to implementation is reasonably clear. The question is the detail and the costings. On another point that I know members will be interested in, where the Commission has made a recommendation that's to the Combined Authority and councils, this response is absolutely clear that the Combined Authority only answers for the Combined Authority's response to that, and that it is for individual councils to deal with their own individual strategies. And clearly that's the right way to go, because greening the council fleet is a completely different issue in a small urban area than it would be over a big rural area, for example. Where the Commission has made recommendations to the government and its agencies, what this response does is to commit the Combined Authority collectively to lobby and to put issues on the agenda with the government and those agencies. And on that basis, Mayor, I commend the report to the board.
Could I come now to Monitoring Officer in regard to dealing with the amendment? I note you already were mentioning Climate Working Group in your response, so obviously if we come to and we'll go through the amendment.
Just to give an opportunity for Councillor Bailey to formally propose the amendment that we've received notice of.
Would you like to speak to it now or wait for it to be seconded?
Do we have a second?
Councillor Bowden.
Welcome to speak to it now. And I think we're going to share it to the screen. That can assist. It's quite a long way off, but hopefully it will.
Okay. Thank you very much, and thank you for the introduction, Paul, and also thank you to officers for the recent meeting that we did have. And I want to start by just saying that, I come from an absolute position of support on this agenda. East Cambs District Council has declared a climate emergency. We are fully committed to our environment plan, which we're working very hard to deliver. So we had a leaders strategy meeting on the 9th of June, which was the first time that the proposed responses that are before us today had been put to us as leaders of the constituent authorities and other members of the board that were there. I asked at that meeting for a specific meeting to take place for proper discussion on this subject in order to give the individual recommendations the attention that they absolutely deserve and need. There was some quite detailed feedback given at the special meeting that we did hold on the 21st of June, but I have to say I do feel it's not been well recognised in the paper that's before us today, which hasn't changed very substantially from the one that came to the leaders strategy meeting. From recollection, the meeting that we had on the 21st of June was only about an hour long, so that is the sole content of the discussion that we've had today on this very grave and serious matter that requires a lot of attention, and very urgently so. And I said at that meeting, we need to be going faster, not delaying, so this is absolutely not about that. But we also need to go together on this agenda. We are much stronger as a combined authority. Our weight will be that much greater as a combined authority. It will help the constituent councils unbelievably if we can have a common method of calculating CO2 emissions and measuring our performance and all of that sort of stuff. If the combined authority can, lend its resource to make that sort of thing happen, that's absolutely what we need to do. But we are certainly not all in the same place yet on this subject, which was clearly evident from the meeting that we had. I do have to pick up Mr. Rains on something that he stated. It does state at 2.8 on the paper that the response has been prepared by combined authority officers working with officers from member councils, and Paul did just reiterate that just now. I did point out on the 21st of June meeting that no engagement had taken place at all with either my officer, which is Richard Kay, or my lead member for the environment, which is Councillor Julia Huffer, and I did go to some pains after the meeting to check that what I was saying was correct, because I couldn't really believe that it could have happened without me knowing about it, and in fact it was correct, and they have both confirmed that they have been engaged in this process. So I'm not really sure where that comes from. I don't think it's very helpful for that statement to remain unchecked. And I did raise this at the meeting. We haven't, the most overarching concern with all of this is that none of us have had time to put this paper to our constituent councils and to garner the views of our individual councils. So, you know, this does need to go through a process. If we're serious about adopting these recommendations, we have to put this through a process in our own constituent authorities, and we haven't had the opportunity, obviously, only having seen it on the 9th of June for the first time, to do that. As Mr. Rains has stated, the Combined Authority can't actually sign up constituent members to things they've, you know, not discussed or agreed. East Cams itself very recently moved from a 2050 target that we were committed to getting to net zero to 2040. And we did that after very, very careful consideration as to how we could get there. It's never going to be possible to pin down every measure and every action that you need to take, and some things you need to take a bit of a flyer and a leap of faith, and you have to believe that you're going to find a way to get there. That is true. Otherwise, you'd never do anything. But you know, it is possible to take a calculated, informed view about the chances of getting there by the date that you set yourself. And overarching recommendation 3 in particular, which does, I'm afraid, the wording, commit councils to 2030, is currently very problematic for my council in particular. It's all very well saying that the Commission has recognised that it can't commit councils to things, but the wording is there saying that councils will need to do things make it happen by 2030. That is what it says. And one of the reasons I have a problem around that, we had a very useful discussion on this at the 21st of June meeting, was the problem of the waste fleet, which we raised in some detail at that meeting. So it's a particularly acute problem for rural authorities like my own, the waste collection and recycling service. 80%, I think I'm right in saying, of East Cams District Council's direct CO2 emissions from our own authorities' activities are from the waste fleet. So, you know, if we could fix the problem of the waste fleet, we would be going great guns towards getting to net zero. There is currently no electric vehicle available to purchase. It is my understanding that it is capable of dealing with this problem in a rural location like East Cambridgeshire. Now, at that meeting, Councillor Pippa Halings from South Cams very kindly, I know she's done an enormous amount of work on this together with Cambridge City, and stated that they felt they had found a way in South Cambridgeshire, which is obviously a different area again, but to make this work by the date concerned. She would share that working with East Cams District Council, presumably others as well, which is a very kind offer, and I'm waiting to receive that information. And I hope that can help us towards, you know, finding a way towards that better target date. So I look forward to getting that. But we also need to be aware that you know, the waste fleet is at different life cycles in its purchase and usage stages, and that there is way more embedded carbon in a waste vehicle than will ever be expended in its lifetime of usage. So you can't throw away waste vehicle in order to purchase a new eco-friendly one, and you'd just be kidding yourself about, you know, embedded CO2. That is not the right thing to do. So we have to be very cautious and careful about when you do it and when you purchase the fleet. We also haven't got millions of pounds as a tiny authority with a £10 million budget, very little availability of capital. You know, we haven't got the millions of pounds required sitting around to do this. So I'm not in the habit, I've worked hard to build a reputation at East Cambridgeshire of delivering on things that we promise. And I'm not in the habit of promising things that I cannot see and evidence and show people a clear way to deliver. So I absolutely support the need to go faster. And my amendment supports the delivery mechanism that we need to set up immediately and get on with it to work through some of these issues so that we can all get to a place where the recommendations can all be supported and we can go hell for leather on actually delivering them and getting on with it. And I really want that to happen. So I really hope that I will get support of the board today for my amendment, because it is laid down with the absolute best of intentions and wanting to get on with this work. But we need to do it together. Thank you, Mayor.
Councillor Bowden, do you want to speak on the amendment?
Yes, I'll do so now if I may. Mayor. This amendment is being put forward, and I'm supporting this amendment because I believe that it's appropriate for the combined authority to take all of its members with it in a collaborative and cooperative fashion in moving forward on this agenda. As they currently stand, that is not what is being proposed. Now, as has already been said by Paul Rains, the wording of 13 of the recommendations from the Independent Commission's report sought to bind both the combined authority and its constituent authorities to multiple actions and promises, including targets which are, in some councils' cases, and it certainly applies to Fenland just as it does to East Cambridgeshire, wholly unrealistic, but which just give some people the opportunity to indulge in virtue signalling. And it's absolutely inappropriate for us to be making promises, to be signing up to things which cannot be delivered. Paul Rains quite correctly said that the content of the report makes it clear that the combined authority does not have the authority to bind its constituent authorities to any actions. But nevertheless, we are recommending the acceptance of the Independent Commission's report, and I do have concerns that it needs to be looked at in a far more structured way, in a much more detailed way, so that where there are areas where there are problems for some of the constituent authorities, those can be properly addressed, rather than saying that everything has to be adopted and everything will be imposed, which is not a way of managing to achieve cooperation and move forwards cooperatively. There's one area in particular that I will mention, and it's not necessary to go through the whole report, of course, but just to give an example of the way in which a constituent authority can have issues. And that is in the elements of the report to do with peat. Now, first of all, it's astonishing that such recommendations are being made at the moment as they are when we have so little real information about the state of peat or peaty soils in the combined authority area. And I'm well aware that money has been allocated to achieve greater information on that matter. I'm also aware that that money is wholly insufficient to actually achieve its objectives. But it nevertheless is the case that at the moment we just do not have sufficient information about peat or peaty soils in Cambridgeshire and Peterborough to start laying down objectives or targets. Nevertheless, to the extent that we do have knowledge about peat, it might surprise members here, given you've all heard me talk about peat before, it might surprise members to learn that the majority, a significant majority of the deep peat which remains in the fens isn't in Fenland at all. We only have a minority of that, not a majority. Nevertheless, that minority that we do have, most of our deep peat areas in Fenland are in our functional floodplains. And I can tell you that we will fight to the bitter end, we will fight to the last in Fenland to avoid our functional floodplains being re-wetted. The effects that that would have, potentially, on our communities in terms of flooding would be enormous. And it just cannot, we cannot sign up to that, and we will not sign up to that. Now, matters such as this need to be explored in detail with correct and up-to-date information in a sensible forum, rather than just signing up to everything which has been put forward by the Commission. And that's what this amendment effectively does. It allows us the time to look at those areas where there are absolute red lines. We just cannot manage the 2030 net carbon zero target, which is in here, just as East Cambs cannot manage it. We will not accept any movement on peat where we're talking about re-wetting the functional floodplains. I'm not saying there's no room for negotiation on things, but there are certain things which are red lines, and there are some things which are very difficult. And what this amendment effectively allows us to do is to have a process where we can all be carried along. If it is the decision of this combined authority that it's not going to do that, and that it is going to impose its decisions upon everyone, then so be it. It's not possible, of course, for the combined authority to force individual constituent authorities to do various things, but you will be losing the goodwill and the willingness to cooperate from those authorities which you will be seen, which will be seen to be being forced to sign up to things which they just do not have the ability to sign up to, either because they have particular resonances within their own local areas, or because they are actually unachievable. And it's particularly galling that we're being asked, or it's being suggested we take the step that is originally proposed in the motion today, given that, as Paul Rain said, the whole concept of fairness and the way in which there is an inequity of application of these policies hasn't even been addressed yet. We haven't even seen the report on that yet. Yet we are nevertheless saying, yes, let's sign up to everything. So I think that if it is the sincere wish of the combined authority to take its constituent authorities with it in this process, then I'd ask you to support the amendment. If it's not supported, and if we support the original motion, you are in danger of losing members of the combined authority and some of its constituent members in some of the objectives which there are, because we will not sign up to things which are impossible. Thank you, Mayor.
Councillor Bowden, we're going to move to a general debate on the amendment now. Councillor Smith had indicated a first wish to think, then Councillor Nisting, and then Councillor Fuller.
Thank you very much.
I can.
Okay, thank you. So we've known about climate change for 50 years, and we haven't acted until a child, Greta Thunberg, raised the issue on an international level. So we have wasted decades here, and so it absolutely is an emergency now. Today's Times has an article in it where it says in the UK, 426,000 people are likely to lose their homes as a result of sea level rises, and that can go up to just under 600,000 by the end of the century if there's a metre rise in sea level. So, we haven't got time to faff about, quite honestly. We are way behind the curve here, and we have to act. Now, just because it's going to be difficult, it's absolutely not a good reason not to do something. The reason this has been on the back burner for 50 years is that it's been in the too difficult pile. And now we are past the point of being able to ask for more time, because we don't have more time. It is going to be difficult, and it doesn't mean that the same solutions district by district or county by county are going to be the right solutions. There has to be flexibility here. We can't be cautious, and it's incumbent on our mayor to do what the government wants mayors to do, and that shows strong leadership. And when the Climate Commission report was presented to us by Baroness Brown, her challenge was very, very clearly that our job was to show leadership. And when there was pushback on her recommendations from some members, she came back as robustly as you would expect a senior member of the House of Lords to come back, and told us not to be so flippin' ridiculous and just to get on with it. So it is disingenuous to talk about this paper making promises. It's not making promises. What it's doing is acknowledging to our residents that we have a massive problem here, and that we understand the consequences of these massive problems, and that we are going to find solutions. It's not categorically saying these are the solutions. This is setting the scene for considerable work, both by this board and by the constituent councils, to find solutions that address our problems as a combined authority, but also on our smaller geographies of districts. And on the subject of peat, I'm sorry, Councillor Bowden, I can't believe what I hear from you. There is masses of information about peat. Absolutely masses. And, to talk about red lines, to threaten, this board that, you are not going to play ball on this. If we accept that a third of our emissions can come from the peat, and because there's only a little bit of it in Fenland, peat isn't a Fenland issue. It's not a Cambridgeshire issue. It's a national and an international issue. And the vast amount of emissions from peat could be the final straw that raises those sea levels to the level whereby 600,000 people in our country, in this end of our country, Norfolk won't exist. It will be, will be Cambridgeshire by the sea, if we don't get this right. So, this is about us showing leadership, acknowledging the problem, not getting behind the curve. Other places are ahead of us on this. There are inconsistencies within the combined authority area, and we all need to absolutely get on the right page. But dillying about for more weeks or more months is going to serve no one. Climate change isn't going to stop and wait for us to get our act together. So I cannot support this, and I absolutely support all the recommendations that Baroness Brown's very, very eminent board put forward. We need to be adopting them all now, and we need to be resourcing this well. Later at another meeting, I think we need to be talking about how much money, whether 50,000 is enough. I think we should be looking to government for considerable sums of money so that we can start giving out money for more strategic solutions to some of the, the doubling nature and the biodiversity issues here. There's some fantastic schemes being promoted by the RSPB at the moment, which will have national significance. So there's immense opportunities for us as a combined authority to be an absolute exemplar if we all get on the same page and just take that leap of faith and be brave about it. Just because it's difficult is not a reason not to do it. Thank you.
Thank you. I will also not be supporting this amendment. I'm actually really disappointed that this amendment has come forward in the way that it has. I was at the meeting where the leaders discussed this, and it was clear in that discussion that there wasn't agreement between the councils, and that's why we've got an amendment before us. I think the amendment itself is quite disingenuous, but the debate that we've just had was also very unclear about what this amendment is actually doing. And I want to be clear, what this amendment is actually doing is getting rid of all of the recommendations except recommendation 1. And that's why I can't be supporting it. And I don't think that that's very clear in the way it's worded. I think that the arguments that were put forward by Councillor Bailey and Councillor Bowden were also making things unclear, which should have been very clear. So Councillor Bailey's argument that this that the paper before us is requiring councils to commit to an operational target. It actually says of 2030, it says in the recommendation, the Cambridgeshire and Peterborough Combined Authority cannot commit individual councils to 2030 operational target, as that needs to be considered and implemented by them locally. It could not be clearer that we are not asking councils to commit to that kind of operational target. And that was not clear in Councillor Bailey's introduction, and I think it needs to be clear, and I think that this amendment is obfuscating and trying to pretend it's doing something which is not what it's doing. I also want to come back on what Councillor Bowden was saying about peas. The implication that anyone in this authority is suggesting that we should start re-wetting crucial floodplains is that is not what we are doing. That is very clearly not what we are doing. There may be discussions about re-wetting in parts of the Fenland at some point and in other parts of the county at some point, but those will be discussions. There is nothing in this recommendation that is threatening the floodplains in any part of the county, and we need to be clear about that. It is starting a conversation, and my goodness, we should be in a position not where we're just starting a conversation, but where we are outlining our real ambitions in this space. So I would like to thank the Mayor for bringing this paper forward in the way that he has. I think it's important that we have this debate in public, and I think it's really important that the public understand what the debate is, and I don't think that that amendment did that, and I don't think the way that it was introduced did that. I think we need to be clear that there are some of us who are very keen that we are ambitious and move forward on this as a combined authority in as ambitious a way as we possibly can, and there are others who are not, and I will not be supporting the amendment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor. So I tend to fall somewhere in the middle, I think, of the two sides of the debate I think we've just heard on this. And actually, I'm quite disappointed in the rhetoric from Councillor Netzinger in a sense there around almost trying to create division in a discussion that should actually be quite consensus driven. And that's my concern about what we're talking about today, is how we've reached this point, because we have made it quite clear in other discussions that there isn't consensus on the wording of all of these recommendations. And like Councillor Bailey, I was quite concerned that we made that case, and what we've got before us today is a paper that's very much the same as it was and hadn't taken into account any of those concerns. And let me just be clear for Councillor Netzinger and the members of the public she's hoping will look at what we're saying here. I don't think any of us are saying we're opposed to this agenda. We're not saying this is the wrong thing to do. We're not saying that there isn't an emergency, that this isn't a top priority of what we should all be looking at. I think what Councillor Bailey and Councillor Bosen are saying, and I tend to agree with them, is none of us are in the business of signing up to things that we're not sure we can actually deliver. So we're not talking about the ideology of this or anything else. We're talking about the practicalities of it. And I hear the comment that's been made, and I note in the report about the combined authority can't compel constituent authorities to do certain things. And of course, we know that. We can sit here as a combined authority and agree all of this, and the councils can go away and completely ignore it if they choose to do so. That's utterly pointless. I just don't see the benefit of us pushing something through that constituent authorities, or some constituent authorities, have already said they can't necessarily, at this moment in time, commit to. And then we sit here today and say, well, never mind, we're going to vote for it anyway, and you lot just have to go away and get on with it or not, as the case may be. If you want real action there, I suggest you find a way that we can actually deal with this in a consensual way. If you want a headline, do it the way that's being proposed to do it today. But it's not going to deliver and affect the actual change we need in some of these areas. The amendment is not ideal, I accept that, because it's an outcome of what we've been presented with. And I'm not going to go into all the individual concerns, but there are issues in here that we just need to be able to consult on. We need a bit more time to be able to speak to people about. This isn't just for local authorities here. There's a whole element around taxi license policies being changed, for example, to change the fleets. I've got operators in this district with in excess of 100 vehicles. We need to be able to actually understand the impact. We need to understand if that's deliverable. We need to be able to speak to our business community. We just need to be able to understand this. And it goes back to the point of the process that's been followed here. And I hate to always go on about process, but it's extremely important in this case. And I'm sorry to disagree with Mr. Rains, but this has not been an inclusive process. My chief exec is absolutely adamant that she has not been involved in this. She has not seen this. Now, that's, if somebody wants to take it up separately with her, that's fine. But this has not been through the usual structures and formats it would be. I'm not aware any of my officers have attended thematic workshops. The first time we've sat down to look at this together, as Councillor Bailey said, was the 21st of June. My portfolio holder, I've got a portfolio holder for environment and climate change. She has not been engaged at all on this exercise. And I just don't see how, or why, frankly, we can sit here today and why we're being pushed into making decisions that are going to, and it's semantics, isn't it? I take Councillor Netzinger's point, but it's semantics. We're not signing up individual councils to do exact things because we know we can't. But by the very nature of the fact that we're having this discussion, we're going to make this decision, and it makes those reference points in the report to individual councils, we're creating expectations and we're setting up accountability around those points. Because if we sit here and say, well, look, we're agreeing a report that suggests all council operations should be net zero by 2030, and then we don't do that, that doesn't do this authority or any of our individual authorities much good at all. And again, I just have to reiterate, it's not a resistance to doing these things. My council, for example, is already spending £3.5 million on decarbonisation of buildings like the one you're sitting in now. You know, we've just opened a new park next door to this building. We're committed to doubling nature. We are making progress in these areas, but I repeat, I'm not in the business of signing ourselves up to things we're not sure we can actually deliver. And there's some quite big aspirations in this report. I accept you might say they're not commitments, they're big aspirations. And before we agree to them, I would want to be absolutely certain that it's something that's actually deliverable. We can talk about things like waste fleet, for example. You know, I understand there are electric freighters on the market, about £500,000 each. Now, if my authority was going to replace our fleet with all electric, it comes down to decisions. You know, all difficult decisions to make within our own authorities. But there are differences. And with respect to South Cambs and Councillor Smith, you know, I contend it's possibly an easier priority in that area because they don't have leisure centres. They don't have town centres. You know, my authority is putting millions and millions of pounds of capital investment into the health agenda, in our leisure centres, into town centre economic recovery, into supporting jobs, into supporting businesses. Now, we can't do it all. And I'm not suggesting that this isn't a priority, but we do have to find a balance here, and we have to be able to deliver on a number of fronts at the same time. And I'm not going to sit here today, Mayor, and suggest that any one of those agendas should take precedence over the other, because we just haven't had the opportunity, we haven't been given the opportunity, frankly, by the combined authority to be able to properly assess the implications of these actions. The first involvement we had, my director, relevant director, came along to that meeting on the 21st of June and sent me an email afterwards and was horrified, you know, at the prospect of what we were potentially being signed up for. So it's not, you know, it is not an opposition to the need to do these things. It is not in any way downplaying the urgency of this. You know, I absolutely agree with Councillor Smith and Councillor Nethsinger on that. It's just the practicalities, I'm afraid, involved here, and the process at which we've reached this point. It hasn't been inclusive. It hasn't been cooperative, Mayor, I'm afraid to say. And you know, I would much rather you seek a path that takes everyone with you on this, because I think that's achievable. That is achievable. And it's not suggesting we spend months and months or years debating it further. I just think take a slightly different approach to this, and you will find it's actually probably easier than you think to reach consensus.
I believe we have a message from the business community.
Yes, yeah, very interesting debate, and I agree with a lot of what's been said. The dilemma, I think, for me is, yeah, we have a burning platform, and it's incumbent upon us as leaders to make hard decisions and move forward and set targets and then go about building a plan. There's a bit of a cart before horse problem to be solved. On the other hand, you know, I personally am very uncomfortable about setting targets where I haven't got line of sight to how I'm going to get there. Therefore, in my mind, the way to square that circle is to differentiate between hard and fast targets and aspirational targets. I think it's one thing to put a marker down to say the aspirational target is to try and get to X, Y, Z by whatever date. That's quite different to making a hard and fast accountable commitment to do that, because it drives the agenda, it drives the thinking, it drives the mindset, it drives the direction of travel. And there's a lot of things, a lot of problems to be solved here that we just frankly don't know where the solutions are going to come from, but that's no good reason for not accepting the principle of trying to move in that direction. And to some of the points that were raised earlier about recommendation 3, it is quite clear. The words that are used are aim to be net zero by 2030, and it is recommended that this target is adopted as an aspirational target. And you know, those nuances are quite significant in setting that out, and I fail to see why we can't sign up to agree to trying to do that, and then figure out and work out what the actions are and the steps to get there. There are technologies and there are solutions that will evolve over time. We're talking about quite a long period of time that aren't available to us today. We don't know what they are, but I'm sure that they'll get found. human nature has an incredible ability to find a way sometimes to make things happen. So in many respects, I'd certainly like to thank Anna anyway for the amendment, because just the principle of actually coming to the board with a tricky issue and taking the time yesterday to try and table a solution to enable us to keep moving forward, even if we can't accept the recommendations that they've printed. I think that's commendable in the spirit of trying to keep moving forward and working together. That's not to say I agree with it. I think on balance, I can see that, an awful lot of sense here in this, but equally we do have a burning platform where we've just got to make a start on some of these things and accept the fact that some of the targets are just aspirational. And as leaders, we've got to embrace them and drive them and go find the solutions.
Thank you. Councillor Smart.
So thank you for the report. It's a good report, lots of detailed recommendations, which are good. I was elected in 2014 on the basis of giving a robust administration to Cambridge. That was what I said on the doorstep, and I still believe that. And I think this authority should do the same thing. We should get on with the job, as Councillor Smith said, and cut carbon. How we're going to do that, as has just been said, is complicated. There's different ways of doing it. The example of the bin lorry, I was calling for bin lorries, electric bin lorries, years ago, and there weren't any. And then there were lorries that did electric crushing, and then now we've got a lorry that actually has an electric engine. It's all happening. It's happening very fast. It's changing. It's now 2021. By 2030, things will have changed a lot more again. I don't see a problem with encouraging councils to do the right thing. Someone needs to do it. Maybe their electorate won't want them to do it, but maybe they need to be encouraged to do the right thing. Currently, people are dying in Canada. I think the temperature there reached just under 50 degrees centigrade this week. There are floods in Chard. Every week, it seems, there's some catastrophe around the world. Poor people in developing countries will suffer the worst from climate change. We suffer and die too, but they will suffer more. I think we've declared climate and biodiversity emergencies in Cambridge, and as have others in many other places, and those are fine words, but we need actions. And I think, going back to my first point, we just need to get on with the job and do whatever we can as soon as possible. And currently, unless there's any more debate that convinces me, I can't support the amendment.
I think everyone is, no, sorry, my friend.
I've listened intently to the debate, and I can say, as most will know around the room, Peterborough are away down that road already, having declared a climate emergency and a target of 2030. I've not heard anybody in this room that doesn't want to get on with it, but equally, it's important that we must get it right, and we must also get it approved. And then we also must have, as Austin said, know it's going to be delivered. So all those things are a little bit unclear. Ryan made some good points as well about, while it may not explicitly tie councils to do it or compel them, there is that expectation, because this is a public document, this meeting is public, and they're signing up to things that the public then expect us to do. And for me, it is easier because, you know, I can talk about bin lorries now. We've just reordered our fleet. And there aren't any electric bin lorries, but there is a fuel now that reduces carbon by 90% in those vehicles, and that's what we will be trialling. But we've also ordered electric vehicles for food collection because they are available. So we in Peterborough are leading that agenda, but I would equally echo the fact that the input from constituent authorities has been marginal until it came up at that 21st of June meeting, and my officer basically said, yes, we could support this in principle. I'm talking about the substantive motion, but there are unknown implications So there would always be that caveat. So I'm slightly torn because I see what Councillor Bailey is trying to do, and I recognise that. I also can see that other authorities throughout Cambridge are not in the same position, and that has been alluded to so far. So it is complex, but I just want to say I think everybody's on board with taking the climate change agenda forward and quickly. But Mayor, I'd be interested to hear your views in summary if everybody's finished talking before we do vote on this.
Okay. I was going to let the original proposer of the amendment to speak in reply, and I'll speak at the end.
Yes, thank you very much. It's been an interesting debate, and thank you for the comments from everybody. I have to say I utterly resent some of the comments, which are nothing but divisive and political, particularly from Councillor Netzinger, who's somehow trying to portray me as somebody who doesn't care about this agenda. On the very day we were having the meeting, talking about this very important subject, there was a headline in the local newspaper about East Cambs District Council stating that councillors are to spend £1 million in a bid to tackle climate change. That's from a tiny authority with an annual budget of 10 million. So I completely and utterly resent the divisive intervention from Councillor Netzinger, which wasn't helpful to this discussion at all. And I thank Austin for his recognition that what I was trying to do with my amendment was bring everybody together and get us to a place where we could go forward in a united way. My amendment, I'd just like to bring you back to it. If I can just get it open. I called it item A. I think it's item 1. I think it's item A on the tabled version. Item A says that we agree to step up the activities of the combined authority on this agenda. It's not asking for a delay, it's asking to go faster and to get on with it. And it calls item C for an action plan. And the difference, if we adopt the paper as it was originally tabled here today, every recommendation on that paper needs discussion with the constituent authorities and us as a board and everybody, you know, our residents in Cambridgeshire. We need to have a discussion about all of those recommendations to make them real, to commit to them, and to work out how we can deliver them. If we adopt the amendment today, my amendment, we will be doing that as a united team. And guess what? Every single recommendation on that paper will still have discussion. It will still need to be discussed with every single constituent authority, with our residents, with our businesses, etc. There will be no difference in the activity that happens other than the fact that we will have agreed this is a united team that everybody can move forward on together. We've got fellow around the table who were very concerned at the meeting about this, and they are here representing their residents who are not in the same place yet. And I want us to go forward on this together. And I strongly reiterate the fact that it is not because I don't care about this agenda. I very clearly do, by the actions, the very clear and robust actions that I am taking at East Cambs District Council, and I resent any insinuation to the opposite effect. It's just grossly misrepresenting what's going on. So I ask you all, please, in the spirit of cooperation, to adopt the amendment today, and let's move forward together as a team and get on with discussing those recommendations immediately. Immediately. There is no delay. There's no need for a delay.
Thank you, Councillor Bailey. So, as the person who brought the motion, my chance to speak, I guess. First of all, I just want to say I want to thank the board today for taking the time to give some very considered responses. And, you know, you've all spoken passionately about a subject that is true to very relevant for all of our constituents. In some ways, you made my job easier back in March when I was not sitting here, when I was back in my day job as a doctor, when you agreed unanimously that you should prepare a response to the Commission's recommendations. And obviously it's of some regret that there is a disagreement amongst us at the time. I really want to stress, I know that it's not for the CA board to make commitments on other members' council's behalf, and I've heard that. I don't believe we are asking you to do that. The response is explicit that it does not commit member councils or preempt member council's policy decisions. It only contains commitments relevant to the combined authority and joint action through the combined authority. It acknowledges many of the points you've made, that member councils will form their own policies and that those will differ as the council's circumstances differ. I'll take you back to what I said at the start. Our house is on fire. Sometimes when you're confronted by an emergency and somebody won't jump from the window, you just have to grab them and take them out with you, and the safety net will be there for you, because that is what our constituents want. I do not accept the amendment as it's been put forward, and I would like to say we need to accept all the recommendations. That's my response. And now move to vote. So we're going to move to a vote on the recommendation. Sorry, on the amendment. Can we do it as a recorded vote, please?
I can, if there's not no consensus, I could read off the...
Yes, I've got a feeling there's not going to be consensus on this, so I'm going to go by councillors. And do you want to do it?
If that would
be
Councillor Parkin. So I'll start, if I could ask for votes in favour and against making the amendment to the substantive motion. So votes asking in turn. Let's start with Austin Adams. Against. Councillor Bailey.
Yeah, support.
Councillor Bowden.
In favour.
Councillor Fitzgerald.
I will support Councillor Bailey.
Councillor Fuller.
For.
Councillor Nethsinger.
Against.
Councillor Smart.
Against.
Councillor Smith. And Mayor.
Against.
So the recommendation to change the amend the motion has fallen. So we move to the substantive motion as an amended to debate and vote upon.
I'm happy to go straight to the vote.
Yep.
Mr. Mayor.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Fitzgerald.
Okay, I just want to be perfectly clear again, just to reiterate, I was actually going to be first out the traps this time. So, as I said, it is a complex matter, but I want to declare from a personal perspective, as leader of Peterborough City Council, we are wholly behind this agenda, and I will be supporting the original motion now as is. But I will express those reservations in more detail, and I would hope that you will work with officers, certainly in Peterborough, and I expect that to happen in all constituent authorities to a greater degree than has been done so far to date, because it leaves a lot to be desired. So whilst we are broadly supportive as an authority, and I know that most people will, because we do take it seriously, there are practical issues that need to be recognised, realised, and solved. So, and what any specific implications of adopting this response need to be gone through with people in our relevant teams. In my team, Charlotte Palmer, she leads on our climate change work, and I'm sure everybody else has a person the same as. So if I could just put that on record, Nick, that we need to improve that communication in order to develop this policy and the practical deliverability of it, which will vary across the piece. As I say, I'm proud to say that we're actually quite a way down that road. But others also, it needs to be recognised by the combined authority that others are in a different place. And I will shut up.
Thank you, Councillor Fitzgerald. That's a very good point. I don't want to go for too much debate, but absolutely, Austin, do you want to come in, please?
Second debate this morning where people are noting the lack of consultation. There has to be something to learn from that. Can we take that as an action for someone to go and have a look retrospectively to understand what's broken down here by process and what we would do differently, so we don't spend our time in these meetings having these kind of discussions?
I think it's an excellent point, and I'm really pleased to introduce my CEO to come back on that.
Thank you, Austin. Actually, I have noted the same point throughout the meeting. It's the second debate now where our consultation could certainly be improved. And what I suggest we do is develop a series of principles with the constituent councils that we can bring back to this meeting about how we will work together more effectively in the future to ensure that matters are addressed and everybody has a full opportunity to consider matters before they come before this board for a decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Councillor Fuller.
Thank you, Mayor. I would just repeat my earlier comment. Really. I would ask you not to put this through in this manner. I think the difficulty when you set up such strong principles as the 3 Cs is you do have to be seen to be advocating them yourself, and you have very clearly heard from a number of us today that in this instance cooperation has not taken place even at a basic level, never mind to the level at which one would expect for us to be agreeing to such significant decisions. I really want to support this agenda, but again, as I said to you on something else recently, I find myself being forced to abstain on this point today because of the way it's been done and the way it's being done here today. I think this decision being taken in this manner is going to destroy actually quite a lot of potential goodwill and cooperation between the combined authority and some of our constituent councils, and that's going to have longer lasting impact on our ability to do things together in the future. So I would just again please ask you to consider doing this differently.
Councillor Bowden.
Thank you, Mayor. I have to say, I also had comments from my Chief Executive being very concerned about the implications within this report that consultation had taken place with officers when it hadn't taken place. And clearly there has been a significant breakdown so far as that is concerned, and I hope that that is not going to continue. But you in your speech have made it quite clear that on this issue you are not going to be supporting a cooperative and consensual approach for the members of this combined authority, which I very much regret. And I very much regret because there are significant elements within the report which was produced by Baroness Brown, which Fenland District Council would be more than happy to sign up to and more than happy to cooperate with. But we have basically been given notice now that that cooperative and consensual approach is not welcome anymore. If it is decided by the combined authority to impose their own will on this matter, then it's entirely for the majority within the combined authority to vote that way and to bind the combined authority to that process. But this lack of cooperation and this lack of consensuality is deeply regrettable, and I believe it will actually be counterproductive so far as the agenda is concerned.
Thank you for all your feedback. I'm glad to see that we are still all talking about cooperation, but as I said, sometimes when you're in an emergency situation, you have to make leadership decisions, you make a judgment on what is in front of you, and you take that people out of the window for the better. So I'm going to move to the vote now. Councillor Bailey.
Well, I just reiterate what's been said. You know, if you're going to talk about cooperation all the time, you have to actually be seen to be cooperating. And my amendment was put, I appreciate my amendment was lost. It was put forward as an attempt to try and ensure that this moves forward smoothly and everybody in a united fashion, and it wasn't going to delay anything whatsoever. And I think to now force this through onto the constituent authorities is absolutely the very opposite of cooperation.
As I said before, I'm very happy that to draw attention to the importance of cooperation, but sometimes when you get disagreements in these forums, you have to make a leadership decision, and it's one I am very happy with. We're going to move to the vote now.
So we're now asking for a vote on the original recommendations. Don't think there's consensus, so I'm going to do it by call again. So I can ask votes for and against, obviously, starting with Austin Adams. Councillor Bailey?
Very rarely, I'm going to abstain.
Councillor Bowden?
Against.
Councillor Fitzgerald?
I'll be for that.
For.
Yes.
Councillor Fuller?
Abstain.
Councillor Nethsinger?
For.
Councillor Smart?
For.
Councillor Smith?
For.
And Mayor?
For.
That's carried.
Thank you, Robert. It's about to hit 1 o'clock. I knew that would be a difficult item on the agenda. Thank you again for everybody's participation in that. Before we go on to the Market Towns programme, I would like to suggest that we have a 20-minute comfort break. Thank you.
Nick, can I just check, we're having a 20-minute comfort, is this lunch break?
This is a lunch break. This is a lunch break, 20 minutes.
Find some lunch.
Okay. Item 4.4 is the Market Towns Programme Investment Prospectus. So approval of a 5th tranche of recommended projects and change request for Huntingdonshire funding timeline extension. This report is appendices which are exempt from publication to Part 1 of Schedule 12A of the Local Government Act 1972 as amended, in that it would not be in the public interest for this information to be disclosed. Information relating to the financial or business affairs of any particular person, including the authority holding that information. If any members of the board wish to discuss the information contained in these appendices, we will need to consider whether to go into private session. Does any member want to discuss the exempt appendices? Right, so that's okay. Domenico Cirillo, Business Spaces and Business Board Manager, will now introduce the report. Domenico.
Thank you, Mayor. This paper is a continuation of our Market Towns programme and is seeking board approval for the 5th tranche of project applications received on the Market Towns Investment Prospectus. This is against a £13.1 million capital investment committed by the Combined Authority to support growth and regeneration of our market towns. Just to remind the board, proposals have been invited to support delivery of the approved master plans, and each town has had a £1 million commitment made by the Combined Authority to support the mobilisation of those master plans. In addition, funding has also been provided to support COVID recovery in a period when our town centres are in need of real support to survive and rebound from the pandemic impact. To date, there have been 4 funding calls in September, November, January and March, and this has resulted in 42 projects being approved by the Combined Authority Board and has awarded just over £9.7 million and bringing in an additional 11.3 of match investment. For this latest 5th round, the board has been asked to approve 2 project proposals from Fenland, one for the town of Wisbech, which is in support of a new community hub facility within Wisbech Park. This will help broaden the community appeal of the park and encourage more events and attract new users. And the second for Chatteris Town, and this is in support of a new museum and community space for the town of Chatteris. The total amount of grant funding requested to be approved today is £1,071,021. I would further like to remind the board that all project proposals have been independently appraised, and the assessment is included in the appendix for members' information. In my paper, I've also set out a breakdown of the remaining funding allocated and committed for each town going forward. As a final request from the board, we are asking the board to approve a change request which has been received from Huntingdonshire District Council, requesting that their remaining market towns allocation for Huntingdon and St Ives, totalling £802,000, be ring fenced to allow a set of firm proposals to be taken to the board by March 22, following feasibility work, and thereafter extending the final project expenditure deadline to March 23. This request has been fully supported by Combined Authority officers. I would like to thank the board, and I now commend the paper to the board. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Domenico. I will open the report to debate by the board, and are there any questions or comments? Councillor Bowden?
Thank you very much indeed, Mayor. May I wholeheartedly endorse the proposals in front of us today, particularly the ones in Wisbech and Chatteris, both of which will provide some important community space, which will be very valuable in both towns. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bowden. Any Councillor Bailey?
Just wanted to report that I have now received the missing letter about my town.
I'm delighted.
Unfortunately, my version makes reference to 4 Fenland towns in East Cambridgeshire, which don't exist, but never mind. I have received the letter, and thank you very much for it.
No. As I say, this should have gone to everybody, but thank you for the update. Any more comments to be made about this report? If not, I am moving the recommendation from the chair. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Bowden, thank you. We'll move to a vote. Votes in favour? That is carried unanimously. So now we go to, oh, sorry, we're not going to, are we still core it?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, fine, just want to check. I'm going to, so 4.5 is the authority to, all right, okay, got the bag. Is the authority to spend for the Greater South East Energy Hub. Alan Downton, Interim Senior Responsible Officer, will introduce the report.
Good afternoon, Mayor and board members. A Greater South East Energy Hub business plan for 21-22 was presented to the Combined Authority Board in March 21 and subsequently signed off. Following this, BEIS have issued a further grant to the Combined Authority of circa 1.3 million for a public sector decarbonisation plan. Item 2.1 and 2.2 gives some more detail on that specific programme. In addition, BEIS have asked the Greater South East Energy Hub and the Combined Authority to support the lead up to the 26th UN Climate Change Conference of the Parties, COP26, in Glasgow on the 1st and 12th of November 21. And 2.3 outlines our initial thoughts and BEIS's initial thoughts as to what that may look like. Also, BEIS have notified the Greater South East Energy Hub about a sustainable warmth competition. This is a national call. It is worth about £350 million. It's probably around about 70 million for the Greater South East Energy Hub. Basically, the bid needs to be in by the 4th of August 21. We are looking at being the lead authority. If successful, the programme will commence early 2022 through to March 23. And item 2.4 of the paper gives some more detail. So basically, we are seeking, the Combined Authority is recommending to note the BEIS grant funding of 1.3 million for public sector decarbonisation programme. B, delegate authority to the Director of Business and Skills in consultation with the Chief Financial Officer and Monitoring Officer to recruit 6 fixed-term contracted employees to the Greater South East Energy Hub. C, delegate authority to the Director of Business Skills in consultation with the Chief Financial Officer and Monitoring Officer to enter into contracts with consultants for the purpose of the public sector decarbonisation skills funding and COP26. D, approve an increase in the core energy hub budget of CX 0072 of 270,000 and give permission to the Greater South East Energy Hub to bid into the sustainable warmth competition being run by BEIS. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you, Alan. I will open the report to debate by the board. Questions or comments? I see no questions or comments. So I'll move the recommendation straight from the chair, and do I have a seconder? Austin, thank you. So we'll go to a vote. For those in favour, please raise your hands. Wayne. Unanimous. Okay. So, thank you, everyone, and thank you, Anne.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Board.
Item 4.6 is Careers Hub. Okay. Item 4.6 is the Careers Hub. Fliss Miller, Senior Responsible Officer for Workforce Skills, will introduce the report. Hello, Fliss.
Good afternoon, Mayor. Good afternoon, members. I'm delighted to inform you that the Combined Authority has been awarded the first Careers Hub and associated funding from the Careers and Enterprise Company for the next academic year. This paper sets out the benefits the hub will bring to the region and also the considerations for approval, of which there are 4 recommendations. A point to note that since the publication of these papers, that the grant funding agreement has now been received by the Combined Authority and is currently being reviewed by the legal team. The Careers Hub will include 30 schools and colleges in the first year. All schools currently in the opportunity area will be included in the hub, in addition to 16 other schools and colleges from the rest of the Combined Authority region. It is the intention that an additional hub will be applied for in the following academic year, 2022 to 23, for all the remaining schools. The hub funding will fully fund a new strategic hub lead and will also 50% match fund 3 enterprise coordinators and 1 senior enterprise coordinator too. In addition, there'll also be a central fund, which is equivalent to roughly £800 per organisation, of which we intend to carry out some further careers work through that fund. The CEC contract is currently being delivered through the Gately Consortium as part of the Business Growth Service. And as such, the recommendation is that the Careers Hub provision will also be delivered through this contract. This in turn will see the senior EC role, Enterprise Coordinator, TUPE, into one of the subcontractors within that consortium, Gareth Priest Consulting. This is to ensure a seamless provision to schools and colleges, as the other enterprise coordinators already reside in that company. I see the hub as a great opportunity to further enhance the careers and guidance provision with our schools and colleges, supporting our young people to make informed careers decisions about their future. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Fliss. Appreciate it. I'll open the report to debate by the board. Are there any questions or comments? Councillor Singer.
Just a very brief one to say how pleased I am going down this route, and that I think that this kind of careers advice is really urgently needed in our sector at the moment. So I'm delighted that this is going forward, and we'll be looking forward to learning all about it and taking it forward for a second one if we possibly can, because I do think that this is a huge area of kind of an enormous gap in our education system in helping support young people to know what the right routes forward for them are. So it's really important that we're doing. Thank you.
Love the positivity, Councillor Singer. Councillor Smart.
Same as Councillor Singer, just one small question about D in the recommendations. So I'm presuming that the employee concerned won't lose out at all in terms of the UP transfer, you can take their pension with them, that sort of thing. I don't know if that's a question you can answer now anyway, but I'm just presuming it will be good for the employee, correct. They won't lose out.
Okay, thank you, Fliss. It's reassured. Thank you. Can we now move to a vote then? This does not include co-opted members. Moving the recommendation from the chair, but I do need a seconder. So smart. We'll go Councillor Singer. Okay. Those in favour, please raise your hands. Again, unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 4.7 is the European Regional Developmental Funding ERDF Growth Coaching Grants. And Alan Downton is down again to introduce the report.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Board. As part of the Combined Authorities Growth Work Service, it has already secured a grant for European development funding of circa 3 million And there is a contract in place between the Cambridgeshire and Peterborough Business Growth Company, which is a subsidiary of the Combined Authority, and Gately's to deliver that contract. The Ministry of Housing, Communities and Local Government, MHCLG, carried out a project inception visit as part of that funding agreement on the 11th of March 21. They have seen the contract, they're happy with the contract, but they do believe the project structure would not be fully compliant with the ERDF rules. And I've tried to detail those in 2.2 without going too technical. We now need to fulfill MHCLG's requirements. I've put two options to the board, which are in section 2.3. My recommendation to the board is option 2, which is the Combined Authority has a direct partner agreement with YTKO as a project delivery partner. In practical terms, this will make no difference to the project delivery or costs, and there are no financial risks or legal issues. Thank you.
I will once again open the report to debate by the board. Questions or comments? Councillor Bridget Smith.
So could I just have a bit of further explanation about what is lacking in compliance with what we currently have? So what exactly is it that MHCLG have raised concerns about?
Sorry, apologies. They're saying that the Combined Authority was the applicant for the original funding. And what they're saying is that YTKO wasn't at that time a nominated delivery partner on the agreement. And to satisfy that, they want YTKO to be named. So whilst we've got a contract that's robust in place between Growth Co and GEG, and YTKO are part of the consortium delivering growth works, MHCLG don't feel it necessarily meets fully the ERDF requirements. So they are now looking at a simple partner agreement between the Combined Authority and YTKO to discharge that responsibility.
Yeah, hell of a lot of acronyms there. Okay, thank you.
I mean, essentially, is it essentially a name change? Is that?
In very simple
so
terms.
This is just that we weren't clear about. Sorry, we weren't clear about who the delivery agent was. That the bottom line, or have we changed? Have we changed who was going to be?
No. Apologies there for not being clearer. The growth works contract is contracted between the Cambridgeshire and Peterborough Business Growth Company, which is a subsidiary of CPCA, Combined Authority, and GEG Services, which is Gately's. There is a wider consortium of partners under GEG, and one of them is YTKO. That is not an acronym, that is just the name of the company that delivers the coaching service. What MHCLG want to see is the agreement being more robust, because YTKO are effectively a delivery partner of the ERDF element, which is part of the funding. I'm trying to make this as simple as possible, and therefore it is simply another partnership agreement. It's a standard partnership agreement that the Combined Authority already has in place on many other MHCLG grant offers at the moment. So there's nothing out of the ordinary.
Could I just come back one more? Yeah. So my only concern with all these partnership agreements is that they aren't distant from us, that we have sufficient oversight to know that money that is essentially being passported through us to these agencies is being well spent. So it's just to make sure that we have the expected level of control and oversight. And I'm sure the answer is going to be yes.
It is, and I'm bringing another paper, which is 7.7, which will explain about the performance governance committee, and there are other contractual requirements in place. So it is very, very robust indeed.
This is just contracting gymnastics, really. The delivery partner is unchanged, and entering into a direct agreement, partnership agreement between the combined authority and PFKO actually strengthens our control over them as delivery partner without compromising the existing relationships with Gately.
Thank you for the reassurance there. Martin, do you want to make one other comment?
Following on, so the delivery partner or contractor, will they be paying the real living wage to all of their employees?
Go back to Alan on that one.
Yes.
Alan, did you hear that question about all employees? Yep.
Yes,
Living
yes,
wage, yeah.
confirm that, yes.
Reassured. I think probably with no other hands up in the air. Sorry, Councillor Bowden.
Thank you very much indeed, Mayor. I did read through this report, and I have to say, as with Councillor Smith, I was a little bit puzzled by it. And I'm being very grateful for the elucidation that we've received today, both from officers and also from Austin. And what is clear is that this is a purely technical, contractual amendment that we're dealing with here. And it does occur to me, Mayor, when you are considering how to avoid having 6-hour meetings in future, whether this is the sort of thing which may have a different governance path to enable it to be properly scrutinised and properly approved. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bowden. Obviously, you made that comment at the start of the meeting about governance arrangements, and you're drawing attention to something that is already high on my agenda and indeed on Kim's agenda. So thank you. Right. Can we move for a recommendation from the chair? And I need a seconder. Councillor Nessinger. Move to a vote. Does not include co-opted members. Votes in favour, please raise your hands. That is unanimously passed. Thank you. So I've got 5.1, which is, we now move to part 5 of the agenda. Decisions coming to the Combined Authority Board from the Housing and Communities Committee. Item 5.1 is the implementation of the revised affordable housing programme. Councillor Herbert, as lead member for the housing, would... Sorry, he's not here, is he? So, who's bringing that to the...
You could do it yourself, Mayor.
Yes, okay, the report is here. So I would...
Roger's here as well to introduce.
Sorry, Roger's here to do the report. And if Roger, could you come in maybe and introduce the report for us, please?
Good afternoon, Mayor. Good afternoon, board members. Hopefully you can hear me okay. This is like Housing Committee. It's a bit like being beamed in from God, but good afternoon to you all. So this is a brief update paper on the paper that was previously reported to board on the 24th of March 2021 on the Affordable Housing Programme. The Ministry of Housing, Communities and Local Government has determined that the programme in its current and previous form ended with effect from the 31st of March 2021. MHCLG, board members may recall, has offered a new programme of support for additional affordable housing for the period April 21 to March 2022, with conditions that the CPCA had initially accepted. Those conditions have been worked on a little more, and they are listed as bullet points under 2.2 in the report. And I'm not going to go through them all individually, other than to highlight that the key factor is that the CPCA will invest all returning capital from its portfolio of 5 loans to local SME developers back into the proposed grant programme for the year 2021-2022. And that is part of the conditions that we've accepted and acknowledged and discussed with MHCLG. In connection with the programme that we have proposed for this 12-month period, the schedule of schemes that we've proposed to MHCLG are attached in Appendix 2. They total a total of 1,727 additional affordable housing units. That would require 42.77 million of new money from MHCLG and government over and above the 55 million that we've already received for the previous programme. Housing Committee, following the committee meeting on the 21st of June, have now approved 1,189 of those units in 18 schemes, and therefore, from our point of view, we're ready to go. The key issue for us is the response from MHCLG, and that is, I guess, the key risk that we currently carry. The latest information on that is that we contacted MHCLG after the Housing Committee on the 21st of June, advising them that we had further schemes that were approved, and obviously our applicants are very keen to find out if government are making the money available. We had a response from MHCLG confirming that they have now written to the Minister with their report and recommendations, and they're awaiting the Minister's decision and output on that. They were aware that the board were meeting today, and I did ask if there was any update before today. Then they'll obviously be very grateful to receive it. We haven't heard anything from them. So if they are monitoring our board meeting, we'd be delighted to hear sooner rather than later, because when we look at our risks, and we referred to them in the report, obviously time is passing for these schemes, and we are sort of increasing on risk with all the weeks and months potentially that might pass between now and getting the decision about the funding. I'll probably stop there. I could go into more detail, but I imagine there may be one or two questions. And back to you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Roger, and thank you for also trying to push out for an update with MHCLG. I'll open the report to debate by the board. First up, Councillor Bowden.
Thank you very much indeed, Mayor, and thanks also to Roger. As ever, we have a report which is extremely clearly presented in about something which is in fact quite complicated, and it's always a pleasure to read reports which have had Roger's hand on them. In fact, it really is a pleasure, because when I looked at Appendix 1 and Appendix 2, I realised what a remarkably good inheritance that you've received, Mayor, from the previous administration in terms of affordable housing, including what's in the pipeline. So let's hope that you can build on that inheritance. But building on that inheritance also relates to the future plans that you, Mayor, should present to us housing. And it occurred yesterday, which absolutely shocked me. And that was that it was reported to me by my chief executive, and I got this from other individuals as well, that an email was sent out yesterday from the Combined Authority seeking comments about your future housing policy, expecting us to give comments through a monkey survey. Now, I have to say, a survey monkey, sorry. Now, I have to say, it might well be a monkey survey, but it was a survey monkey. Now, I have to say that policy development by survey monkey is deeply unprofessional and lacks the necessary granularity in order to have appropriate discussion and consideration of detail. So may I request that the Combined Authority stops trying to have policy development take place at Survey Monkey?
Well, obviously, I'll look into it. I'm interested to hear about all avenues to get the best feedback from all constituent councils. But it's always important to get as much information as possible. But thank you for drawing my attention to it, Councillor Bowden.
Are you satisfied that we continue to use Survey
Well, without
Monkey?
knowing the full facts and without realising where it's a reported email, I need to see it for myself first. Thank you, Councillor Bowden. Councillor Nithinger.
Thank you. So I find this report in some ways encouraging and in some ways depressing, because I think that the position that we're in as a combined authority is not great. I think there are some quite worrying things in here about the outcome that we'll get from MHCLG, and it's disappointing to read that they're still not actually recommending some of these proposals that we're putting forward. So I hope we'll get better news on that sometime. It is really important that Cambridgeshire gets all of the money that we were promised, and it's very positive the amount of work that's been done to demonstrate that we should be getting all of that money, and I hope very much that government will deliver this money to Cambridgeshire, because the need for affordable housing in the area is absolutely urgent. And I think it's absolutely crucial that we all speak with one voice to government on that issue, and I hope very much that that will be the case across all of our different councils and from this combined authority, that money is absolutely urgently needed for affordable housing. Whatever has happened in the past, we need that money now. So that was the main thing that I was going to say. On the SurveyMonkey thing, I also got those emails yesterday. Actually, if that were the only method in which we were going to be developing policy, I think there would be a huge problem. I think that there were 2 or 3 emails that were sent out with surveys in, some of which were going, one of which I think was going to go to businesses later. I think it can be a very useful way of gathering information from a wider group of people, clearly in combination with more detailed mechanisms of policy development between councils and council officers at the granular detail that Councillor Bowden is suggesting. I don't think that there was any suggestion that this would be the only way in which policy would be being taken forward.
A good point of clarity, Councillor Nessinger. Thank you. Councillor Bridget Smith.
Thank you. So I've got 2 questions. So one relates to the money that's coming back from these loans. So I recall that some time ago, I think we extended the repayment period for all of the loans that had been given. So I'm interested to know how much money we are confident is going to come back to us within this relatively short period at which we have to demonstrate start on sites. So that's my first question. So what sort of percentage of that money are we likely to get our hands on in order to spend it on affordable housing? And what is going to be repaid outside of this window of opportunity? And then my other question is about the £100,000 house scheme, which is referenced at 2.14. So I understand, Mayor, that you've stopped that scheme, but there are still a small number, I think say 8 completed and 8 further units due to be completed in Great Abingdon and Ely. I'm aware that my council, South Cambs, has been asked by the developer to purchase some of these houses, which are in South Cambridgeshire, and apparently there isn't a legal agreement with the combined authority that secures them in perpetuity as £100,000 houses. So I just wondered what the plan is to deal with that, and can that please be reported back to the board sooner rather than later?
I could ask Roger Hitchens. Could you come back on that, Roger, please?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So in connection with the loans, in Appendix 3, we've provided to the board the appendix, the master cash flow that was also been provided to MHCLG for their assessment and reporting. And that cash flow basically shows the projected receipt of the repayment of the loans being set off against the grant monies on the different programs going out over the next, not just the next 9 months, but actually it's really the next 2.5 years or so, because although we're committed with starts on site by March 2022, not all the money is paid by that date. We have phased grant agreements where the money is paid at different stages of development. And there will be a tail to our programme, even if our programme ends in March 2022, where we'll need to continue to monitor the developments and make stage payments as the schemes move through the different phases. So we're expecting to get all of the money back from the loans. For the avoidance of any doubt, we have no bad debt provision that we're carrying through our finance team, or we're anticipating carrying at this time. So we're expecting to get all of our money back, as was advised to the board in August 2020, when you're quite correct in that the loan agreements were extended because of COVID impact. So that's the good news, but notwithstanding getting that money back and recycling that money back out for the grant programme, obviously, as I've indicated, we still need approximately 42.77 million of additional money from government to deliver all the opportunities that we've presented to MHCLG. On the 100k homes issue, the 2 schemes that we referred to under 214, which is in Great Abingdon in your area, Councillor Smith, and the conversion of the old Alexander House, now Forehill in Ely. The agreements oblige the developer to provide affordable housing. We had agreed with the developer originally, obviously, that those schemes would be 100k homes. But our contractual position is that they are obliged to provide a certain number of units as affordable housing. And that's what we'll be falling back on and relying on in terms of discussions with the developer about ensuring that we get the affordable housing we were still expecting. It's just the form of the housing is now likely to be slightly different. And I think Emma Grimm has had 1 or 2 discussions with council officers about those 2 schemes.
Yes, come back under that.
Okay,
Councillor.
so as I recall, there was some 2,000 people on a list held by the combined authority waiting for these £100,000 houses. So I'm assuming those people have now been told that they're not going to get a £100,000 house because that scheme's finished. But actually, you know, what you're saying is what were intended as £100,000 houses are now just not going to happen. These were houses for purchase by people, and now if they're going to be just affordable homes, they're going to be something very, very different indeed. I think we need to be very, very clear about this.
Well, I think
and make sure that all those people on that list understand this.
There is a communication, I think, that needs to be prepared, and I don't know if the Mayor wants to make any comment on this, and take place around 100k homes. I think specifically on the scheme at Great Abingdon, Councillor Smith, I think officers are discussing converting what was going to be the 400k units on that scheme to effectively your council to acquire those units as you were already doing with the 3 other affordable units on the scheme that weren't originally intended to be 100k homes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bailey.
Thank you very much. As far as I'm aware, 100k homes hasn't ended. It hasn't come through this combined authority board. The Mayor might have made statements, but as far as I'm aware, it's still this combined authority board that makes decisions on policy, as well as cancelling previous policy. So 100k homes hasn't finished. Some 100k homes might be being lost in other areas. We are certainly committed to 100k homes in East Cambridgeshire. We've secured some 100k homes on the former swimming pool site in East Cambridgeshire, which will be secured by Section 106. They will be delivered as 100k homes, even if the protective covenant has to be in favour of East Cambs District Council rather than combined authority. I think it's a matter of huge regret that we haven't had the opportunity to discuss the merits of 100k homes yet, and you know, today it's not actually an item on today's agenda, but I'm aware that having East Cambridgeshire delivered the first 800k homes in Fordham, I can tell people that there were 450 applications for those
point
8.
Of order, Chair. If it's not on the agenda, why are we discussing it?
I was going to give Councillor Bailey the opportunity to talk.
Well, other people have been given the opportunity to talk about 100k homes, so I wanted to put my 2 pence in.
I'm happy for you.
What I was really coming on to, and how it does relate to what's on the agenda, is the fact that I notice on the schedule on the agenda that there are a number of affordable ownership opportunities on the schedule for delivery, and that doesn't seem to accord very particularly well with the 8 principles that were brought to the Leaders Strategy. So I'm wondering what happens to those affordable home ownership items on the schedule if the Mayor pushes through his 8 new principles, having agreed them. I'm just confused about what happens on the schedule. And clearly there will still be opportunities for people to have affordable home ownership, because the Conservative government is bringing in first homes, which is almost as near as damn it a mirror image carbon copy of 100k homes. It's just a discounted model rather than a model with a price tag on, and I look forward to those beginning. You know, they're happening as of 2 days ago, so they will replace, even 100k homes is lost to the rest of Cambridgeshire and Peterborough. And Mayor, I mean, I would welcome a response as to what will happen with those shared ownership units in the scenario that shared ownership is not a model that's favoured by the Mayor in the future.
I would need to go away and speak with my officers to give you a formal report to that.
Well, I think we need to deal with it now, because we're being asked to
I'm
support the schedule that's in front of us.
Okay. If maybe Roger wants to come in and give an answer to that.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, my understanding is that what we have circulated, I think there's a second phase to this consultation that was referred to earlier. It's not just a monkey survey and that's it. But my understanding of what we're doing with the pillars and under the leadership of the new chair of the Housing and Communities Committee, is that those pillars are really being targeted at, and I think if you look at the material, I think it says April 2022 sort of onwards. But we do reference the fact that where there is either time or opportunity to apply some of those principles for the programme that's running to March 2022, we might try and do so. I suspect that for us, because the clock is ticking, for us to deliver this programme, subject to the mayor or the board or anyone else inputting, is that we'll look to deliver what we have in the programme for the period to March 2022. And committee did approve 3 schemes the other day, which had different forms of tenure in them, and the committee seemed largely to be supportive of continuing to deliver the programme we've articulated in Schedule 2, in Appendix 2 for the current year.
Thank you very much for that, Mayor. Sorry. Thank you very much for that clarification, Roger. And on that basis, I absolutely support the delivery of the schedule that is set out before us, because it has a range of tenures that I support in there, and was developed by the very capable Roger a long time ago. We've been waiting to deliver these schemes for some considerable time. Just on the Survey Monkey point, I would ask, I have asked my officers not to respond to the Survey Monkey query. It's not the way to formulate housing, you know, this very, very important part of what might be set up to do. And the way that we work up policy in East Cambridgeshire District Council is that the members are responsible for policy, not our officers. And I would ask that you don't contact our officers in that way. You know, it's just completely inappropriate using a sort of thing that's akin to a customer survey to deal with such a fundamentally important issue. I think it's totally disrespectful of the subject matter and the leadership of the constituent authorities, some of whom I understand haven't received it at all and therefore wouldn't even have been aware of it. And I think sending that information around directly to officers just shows a real misunderstanding of the governance of local authorities. Policy is made by members. And I do think we need to work much harder on how we're going to work on agreeing our policy platform. And it needs to be given proper time. You know, it can't be shoehorned into a leaders' strategy meeting like the climate change recommendations were. It can't be, you know, some of these things are big, fundamental, important principles, and they need proper time for discussion and debate and hopefully agreement.
Yeah, Councillor Bailey, I agree completely. I assume, I understand the way we're trying to do things different is very different to what happened over the last 4 years, where other people felt other things, and the way that policy was introduced or went through the committee happened in a very different manner. So going back to what we reiterated before, it is about that cooperation. It is about building our communities, and we will be listening, and that's all the compassion. I just want to add my final thoughts onto things. I want to recognise the work that Roger's done and the Combined Authority Housing team, and despite the recent challenges over recent years, they have performed heroics. And they have now 3 impressive major new housing schemes coming to the board today, which will be life changers if we all back them. The major Peterborough Northminster renovation with around 250 affordable rentals, 50 plus Chatteris affordable rent homes, and 15 Girton almshouses, 1 beds for older people. Excellent projects, one and all, filling massive gaps in affordable housing in 3 corners of our area. Well, we add to them an already impressive pipeline of 15 schemes approved by the Combined Authority, and we're all keen to get the diggers on site in the next 9 months. Our central and essential task over the last 2 months has been to win back government confidence that delivery under my leadership and the Combined Authority can put a programme back on track. I also hope they will give us some flexibility if unavoidable but beatable minor obstacles arise this year. Rapidly deliverable new priority projects come along that will be the affordability fix that hundreds of Cambridgeshire families urgently need. Once we are back on track again, and we will be, Combined Authority plans to develop a second phase affordable housing strategy for delivery beyond 2022. That continues and always will be a central priority, given that there are thousands of families on housing waiting lists across our expensive housing county. I would like to kind of move to a vote. Oh, sorry, Councillor Smart.
I do apologise, Chair. I know you spoke. I just had a couple of points to make as well.
Yeah, by all means.
Thank you. So, firstly, I won't talk about £100,000 houses. I'll wait till the agenda item comes. I won't talk about SurveyMonkey because I don't think we should be talking about that here at this meeting. What I will say, though, is that we do have an affordable housing crisis in this region, all over the region for all of us in different ways, and it's still there. I was perplexed by Councillor, is it Bowden? Councillor Bowden gives a rosy picture of what apparently the last administration did, but although the figure has been mentioned, as far as I understood, perhaps the offer confirmed £45 million that we could have got from people in this region, which seems a pretty bad mistake to me. And hopefully we can all work together to try and get as much of that money back for our people, our residents in this region. And I suggest that all our leaders here today and around the region talk to their MPs about housing to get that money back from government if possible. So that was all really. Thanks, Chair.
So, Councillor Smart, thank you for the intervention. Just to reassure, we are moving forward and things. I'm going to no, Councillor Bowden, no.
Mayor.
Sorry.
Something you have just said.
It's okay. I'm going to.
I think you'd like to correct yourself.
Okay. Would
to help you, you made mention of our expensive housing county. Not all of our county has expensive housing. A significant proportion of the county, and for that matter, of the authorities of the combined authority area, has very cheap housing. And that's part of the problem that we've got in terms of viability of building new housing. So I thought I'd give you the opportunity to correct what you said.
You've intervened appropriately. I recognise there are challenges. In some areas of county, there is expensive housing, but it's one of the bigger problems around affordability for all. Thank you. I will move, so I'll bring the report and go to looking for a seconder for a recommendation for this report. Okay, Councillor Masinga. Can we move to a vote, please? Votes in favour of, please raise your hands. Carried unanimously. So we move now to part 6 of the agenda. Decisions coming to the Combined Authority Board from Skills Committee. Item 6.1 is the Adult Education Budget 2021 to 22, funding allocations and policy changes. These proposals were discussed in detail by the Skills Committee on 14th of June, where they were endorsed unanimously by those present and voting. Councillor Nestinga, as lead member for Skills, do you want to update the board on the committee's discussions, or are you happy for officers to introduce the report?
I'm happy for officers to introduce the report.
In that case, Parminder Singh Gotcha, Senior Responsible Officer for Adult Education, will introduce the report. Good afternoon, Parminder.
Good afternoon, members of the Combined Authority Board. As part of the devolution agreement, adult education functions and the associated annual ring-fence budget of 11.9 million are delegated to the Combined Authority from the Department of Education. And at the Skills Committee on the 14th of June, the recommendations were discussed and approved, but require ratification by the board as key decisions. There are essentially 2 aspects to the report and recommendations. Firstly, recommendations A to E concern the approval and delegation to grant and contract the funding allocations for the 2021-22 academic year. And secondly, recommendation F concerns funding flexibilities and policy changes that we'd like to make to our programme in this region. In the report to the Skills Committee, we set out our approach for the 3rd year of devolution to ensure that the funding allocations that we make to our grant funded and our contract for services funded training providers are made equitably, and we use our powers to continue to support local provision, which enables inclusion and upskilling of our citizens. Our strategic intent in all of this is to ensure that the investment in adult education is aligned to our regional skills priorities. And this includes supporting economic recovery, delivering inclusive growth, levelling up skills across the region, transitioning to a green economy over the coming years, and of course, meeting emerging skills gaps. We've introduced a two-step funding allocation process that we've taken for the first time. And this is about rebalancing allocations based on the past performance and also ensuring alignment with our regional priorities. In terms of policy changes, the Combined Authority has powers to implement funding flexibilities and local policy changes that will help deliver regional priorities for the benefit of our citizens and the productivity of our businesses. So for the 2021-22 academic year, we're proposing to implement an ambitious set of local flexibilities. And these include to continue to fully fund English for speakers of other languages to enable integration, fully fund first full level 2 and first level 3 qualifications for all citizens, increase our low wage scheme to £20,000 before fees become payable, provide a funding uplift for colleges and providers to support citizens from the most deprived communities across the region, provide a funding uplift as part of our emerging youth offer for young people aged 19 to 23 to incentivise providers to target this age group given youth unemployment, funding for second level 3 qualifications and piloting level 4 qualifications in priority sectors, and finally an extended package of support for care leavers aged 19 to 22 to ensure they sustain education, and a jobs and skills offer for veterans to support resettlement in the region. So I commend the paper to the board.
Thank you, Parminder. I'll open the report to debate by the board. Questions or comments? Councillor Bowden.
Thank you very much indeed, Mayor. May I first of all say how much I welcome this report and how much I welcome this area of spend in the Combined Authority. And my only regret is that a greater proportion of the Combined Authority spend doesn't go in this particular area rather than in others. You'll notice I'm not asking for extra spend, I'm asking for reallocation of existing spend. With your indulgence, Mayor, may I ask two quite separate questions? The first one, quite probably, Councillor Nethinga can answer because it's to do with her committee, and I didn't listen in to the meeting on the 14th of June of the committee. But I was a tiny bit concerned to read in Appendix 2 about the introduction of a minimum contract value of £100,000. Now, I don't know the implications of this. Are there many providers where we have contracts which are under £100,000? And do any of those providers provide specialist or geographically very specific services where there's a danger that our requirements may no longer be met? I fully understand that they can go through other providers as well, but I have no sense of the scale or the nature of the effect of introducing a minimum contract value of £100,000.
So I think I'm probably going to ask Parminder to clarify whether I'm right or wrong on this. My suspicion, but I want to get him to make sure that I'm saying this correctly, is that we will not have, I don't think we're likely to have any contract providers that are below that level at this stage, because I think that the way that the budget has been handed out before, it was handed out to the providers that went, that the budget used to go to when it came from central government. And therefore we don't have very many very small providers. But I think that Parminder will be able to clarify whether I'm correct about that or not.
Yes.
Parminder, can you come in on that one?
Yes, thank you for that question, Councillor Bowden. We do have 3 providers who are affected by that, but they are not delivering anything which is specialist or niche at the moment. And we are also allowing a year's transition for those providers that are affected. But the reason for this is to ensure that we can keep our top slice as efficient as possible, and to ensure that we direct our contract management, to providers that are delivering more volume. But just to reassure the board, there's no specialist provision that's affected. And as Councillor Bowden correctly identified, we do allow subcontracting where there is a requirement for specific niche provision as well.
Thank you. I'm very reassured by that answer. May I request that I be sent, and maybe all members of the authority be sent, details of which those 3 providers are which fall under that £100,000 threshold? I think that would be helpful to assure ourselves that everything will carry on correctly in a year's time.
Yep. Request will be taken on board and we'll ask Parminder to come back to you.
Thank you very much. May it be sent to my Finland email address, please. The second question I have is to do with Appendix 1. I have to say I started reading Appendix 1 and I got quite concerned about it, and you'll say I probably should get out more given the nature of the concern. And that is the confusion within Appendix 1 about the difference between lower super output areas and postcodes. And I could talk for some considerable time, Mayor, but unfortunately you might stop me, about the interrelationship between LSO. Suffice it to say that areas themselves are specified to individual postcodes, but when we start talking about postcode sectors, which is probably what here, there isn't such a clear correlation with LSOAs. And it would be really helpful, because I believe it's the policy which is actually followed by the combined authority, if we only make reference in circumstances such as this to the LSOAs and we completely ignore postcodes, because postcodes are dangerously different from LSOAs in terms of boundaries. I hope you could take that one away and give consideration to it.
Yes.
But that wasn't the substance of my concern. Once I got over my indignation about the failure to understand the difference between LSOAs and postcodes, my concern about this was that always welcome that further money is being allocated so far as disadvantaged areas. And I look particularly at the PCA disadvantaged funding uplift, which isn't a very large amount, as we said. What here is to extend that area which would benefit from such a funding uplift. And that takes us now to areas where, at least as far as adult skills are concerned, we're talking about LSOAs which are in 40th percentile of deprivation, that is almost at the national median. We have a significant number of LSOAs, we have a number of LSOAs in the north of the area, both in Finland and, I have to say, in Peterborough as well, which are in the top 10% of deprivation so far as that is concerned. And my concern is, and I'm not asking you to give anything other than a guarantee that you'll consider this, Mayor, but my concern is that we're failing to differentiate between those areas which just happen to be under the national average and those areas which have very significant deprivation. And my request for you to consider is, at some stage in the future, to have a gradation of a funding uplift so that those areas with the greatest deprivation and those areas with the greatest need receive a greater uplift. And I'm not asking you to give a commitment to do that now. What I'm asking for is a commitment that you will consider it.
A commitment to consider it in conjunction with my officers. Austin.
A couple of points, if I may. I just wondered why the recommendation B is being called out to enter into contract service with steadfast training in isolation, and there's a whole schedule of people that are being contracted. What's that about? Why is there no detail on that in the report anyway?
Do you want me to go Parminder for that straight away?
Yes, please.
Parminder, could you come in on that specific identification of Steadfast Training Limited, please?
Yes, that's to do with the fact that it's a contract for services that is more than $500,000. So we have to request that as a request the authority just because of the threshold.
Okay, but that's equally true of a lot of the other service providers in the list.
Parminder, do you want to come back on that? And again, another query, saying there's another provider, similar sort of level?
The other providers are grant funded rather than contract for services. That's the nuance. So all of the other contract for services are below.
Thank you for the clarity. Perfectly made clear, Parminder. Thank you. Austin, any other?
Just one other point. Businesses are often quite critical of these service providers in that they are rewarded for volume, not quality of output. It'd just be interesting to hear thoughts on that and how we're dealing with that. As we're entering into contracts with
are you asking about an audit process? How we will look back on it from the combined authority?
How can we be comforted that we're getting good value for money out of what's being spent here, and how's that going to get measured?
Parminder, it's a good question. I wish I'd asked it myself, but okay, thank you.
So as part of our devolution agreement, we have the assurance framework. And under the assurance framework, we commission an independent evaluation. So the first year of devolution, which was 2019-20, that evaluation is shortly going to be released. We're currently working on the evaluation of the second year. In the first year's evaluation, we have not looked at value for money. It's been about the process of devolution and how that's landed in the region, and looking at participation and achievements. In terms of the value for money measure, it's to do with because adult education is funded on national funding rates. The way that the funding is calculated is based on the national methodology. In terms of because the word that you used, Austin, was quality. All of the providers are under the under inspection regime of Ofsted, and they will make some judgments about quality. In terms of things like achievement rates and success rates, those things will be picked up as part of our evaluation.
Thank you, and hopefully that's given you some reassurance. Austin, and go to Councillor Singer.
I'd welcome seeing the data as and when it's available.
Right,
we're making decisions around £10 million worth of funding where we've got no cognizance of its effectiveness.
Can I just chip in?
Yeah, Councillor.
Just to say that this did come up at the Skills Committee, and I think I think actually Parminder's done a good job in getting us part of the way towards understanding what we're spending our money on. Because this is a budget which has only been devolved for 3 years, 1.5 of which have been during a pandemic, and actually all of adult education has been very hard hit by that. I think that these providers were very accustomed to just having this money handed out to them with no checks at all on what it was spent on, whether the people completed the courses. The Combined Authority is now looking at what it's spent on, who completes the courses, whether anybody actually comes and does the courses, but getting that process underway is not an immediate kind of track, as you'll probably understand. It takes some negotiation, and Parminder has been doing that negotiation. I'm sure we want to go further down that path. We also need to do that to some extent in collaboration with the providers, not just waving sticks at them. Does that make sense?
We've been at adult education for many, many years. We shouldn't be in a position where we can't measure the effectiveness of the investments that we're making.
I'll take it as an action point and to clarify with Parminder and work on that more clarity.
I fully support adult education, by the way. That's not the issue. It's service providers that are not effective.
I think we're all wanting to head in the same direction.
Okay. So, Councillor Singer, you brought the report. Do you have a seconder for the recommendation?
Yeah, absolutely.
Seconder?
Oh, sorry.
Councillor Smart. Can we vote on recommendations? Those in favour? Okay, that's passed unanimously. That means we can move on to, I hope this is going fast enough for you because I can see the end, but item 6.2 is the employment and skills strategy. These were also discussed by the Skills Committee on the 14th of June, where they were endorsed unanimously by those present and voting. Asking Councillor Singer if she has any comments to share or on the Skills Committee's discussion, or do you want Chris Miller to introduce the report?
I'm quite happy for John. Oh, is it Chris Fliss this time.
I've got Fliss.
Fliss, oh yes, Fliss can introduce.
Fliss,
Thank you.
should we go for Fliss?
Thank you. So this report,
Fliss.
thank you. This paper was unanimously approved by the Skills Committee, and this paper asked this board to approve the proposed approach to the development of the new employment and skills strategy for the Combined Authority region. Of particular note for the board, this paper sets out the plan for engagement. It is the intention to consult widely, both by place and professionalism. Engagement will include an open call for evidence and a series of engagement sessions, both with existing networks and committees, including the Skills Committee, and wider stakeholders. I'd like to assure the board that I'm already engaging with the chief execs of all the district councils, seeking recommendations of who they would like to be invited to engagement sessions, in addition to the comprehensive stakeholder lists we already hold. We have an ambitious plan to deliver the strategy at place to ensure that we are positioned to face the potential challenges ahead in the skills arena. We are currently in the evidence gathering phase and expect that we will there will be a number of cross-cutting themes. Some of these themes include levelling up, the impact of the pandemic and also EU exit, Brexit on the skills landscape, the work and health agenda, skills for the green economy and net zero, and also digital literacy and the wider digital skills challenges that we face. I want to assure you that I am fully committed to a very representative, deep and quality engagement with a wide range of stakeholders to make sure that we inform the future skills strategy for our region. I commend the paper to the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Fliss. Opening the report to debate by the board. Questions or comments? A free pass. So I'm going to move the recommendation from the chair. Do I have a seconder? Austin, take that as a seconder. Adams. So, no co-opted members. Votes in favour, please raise your hands. And again, carried unanimously.
Thank you.
Just to remind people jumping around. Thank you, Fliss. Apologies. Thanks for that. We moved around the agenda a bit. I'm moving to 7.5 now, the format of business board meetings. So part 7 of the agenda. These are the decisions coming to the Combined Authority Board from the business board. I would remind members that when the Combined Authority takes decision as an accountable body, it is committed to acting in line with our assurance framework in the interests of the Cambridgeshire and Peterborough area as a whole, and taking decisions based on the recommendations of the business board. A reminder that I am varying the order of business from the published agendas to take decisions first, so that we will then open with item 7.5, format of the business board meetings. Austin Adams, Chair of the Business Board, would you like to update us on the business board's discussion of this issue?
Indeed, feels like deja vu. I think it's the 4th time we've had the same point raised in this forum, and the situation hasn't changed. The question of being more transparent and holding the business board meetings in public was put to the business board, and unanimously they voted against doing that, and thus brings the recommendation to the table today. Let me remind people of their rationale for that, and one new dimension which I'll share with you, which is quite interesting. So more often than not, the business board is involved in reviewing investment decisions with third parties in a highly confidential environment, and were we not able to retain that confidential environment, it is more than likely that people will be reticent to bring those opportunities to us. I would ask you to think about it in the sense of you going to a lender. If you went to your bank to ask them for funding to support something in the knowledge that they were going to hold that meeting in public, then you wouldn't go to that bank. And it really is as simple as that. The second dimension I would share with you is we have invited members from this committee, and in fact there are a number of people who have attended meetings of the board, the business board. And one of the things that goes on in those meetings is that we have we're very, very fortunate that we have some very significant business leaders who employ an awful lot of people and have a very good understanding and a very good ear to the ground of what's going on. And they are in a very safe environment where they are very free to share information about their own businesses, about their knowledge of what's going on in the sectors, that what might be happening with competitors, or what might be happening on the inward investment front of who's considering doing what, which, where, when, how. And if those discussions were held in a public forum, they just simply would not be able to do that. And we would lose the value of all of that information and insight, which ultimately does help to drive the decision-making process. I would further add that we have made several attempts to open the discussions within the business board to the public, not least of which we hold a public meeting where no members of the public ever attend. We have invited members from this board who've been insistent on coming along to see what goes on, and they haven't turned up. We agreed with the Overview and Scrutiny Committee to allow them to send along an observer to see firsthand what goes on within the meetings. And to date, there has been no one arrive at any of the meetings to do that. So the business board do remain committed to being as transparent as we possibly can, but not at the compromise of the business that we're engaged in doing, for the value of growing the economy and delivering the growth and future jobs and prosperity that we are there to administer. I rest my case.
Thank you, Austin. Right, let me take it. Rochelle Tappin, the Deputy Monitoring Officer, will you introduce the report?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, Mayor. Good afternoon, members. On the 5th of March, the Audit and Governance Committee considered the draft revised local assurance framework. During that meeting, the committee expressed concern that meetings of the business board were held in private and requested that the business board make recommendations to address this concern. On the 24th of March, the combined authority considered the revised draft assurance framework and referred the recommendation from the Audit and Governance Committee to the Business Board. The Business Board met on the 19th of May and considered the above mentioned requests. The Business Board view can be found in the report, and that is that its meetings should continue to follow the current format of holding meetings in private, with one public annual meeting each year. The Business Board commented that it recognised the need to improve transparency, but felt this should not be at the expense of compromising confidentiality, and that the maintenance of confidentiality serves an important purpose in the contents of the matters under consideration. The recommendation before the CA Board today is to agree that Business Board meetings retain the current format, holding meetings in private with one public annual meeting each year. I'm happy to take questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Rochelle. Open to questions or comments. Councillor Bailey.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to say I was substituting at a meeting in March, I think it was, of the Business Board, where I think we were reviewing the local assurance framework at that time, where this came up as a discussion because it was in there. And I was totally persuaded by members of the Business Board as to the correct position, and I do believe this is the correct position. And I'd be interested in, I think the Mayor sat in the meeting where this was discussed, so interested in the Mayor's views on this as well. But I totally support the need for the Business Board to continue its current process to meet in private. And, you know, they have been very open and extended the opportunity for people to sit in and scrutinise what's going on, as Austin has said. So that opportunity is available to people and has been extended, that invitation. So I absolutely support this as a way forward.
Councillor Singer, and I'll come back on that.
Thank you. I am quite uncomfortable about us simply turning down a request from Audit and Governance to hold meetings in public. This is public money that is being determined by the business board, and I think at least some public scrutiny of that would be appropriate. It would be interesting to know, I mean, I think all of our councils have some parts of our meetings which are held in private. I mean, it's completely standard that we, when we're making some sorts of investment decisions, we hold meetings in private. Many employment decisions are held in private. It's not unusual to have some parts of the meeting in private, or to have some parts of the papers exempt and in private, while other parts of the meeting are in public. And I don't know whether that was something that was discussed by the business board, but it would seem appropriate that there should be a mix of some parts of the meeting in public and some in private. But I am deeply uncomfortable with simply rejecting something as a recommendation that's come from our Audit and Governance Council.
Thank you. Councillor Smart.
Yeah, so transparency, so very keen on it, and we're publicly elected. We're meant to be accountable to the people. They should know what we're doing. So the business board does not meet in public. So it meets in secret, as some residents have said to me about some things. They use that word, a more emotive word, but it's a true word, I guess, in a sense. So Councillor Adams has said that they want to continue to meet in private. And so I've got your name, Councillor Bailey. Councillor Bailey has also said the same thing. She is convinced. Councillor Bailey hasn't said why she is convinced, what the evidence is, what points have been put to her. So I'm not convinced, because I haven't heard anything to convince me yet. So I chair planning committee in Cambridge, so I'm aware that sometimes we have items where we have confidential papers, or in other meetings as well, scrutiny meetings, and of course the press and public can be excluded for those parts of the meeting. So I can't for the life of me see why that can't be the case in this meeting. Why is it that a group of elected officials by our residents should be meeting in private? There seems to be no reason at all. And, you know, I'm saying that because I haven't heard anything.
Councillor Smart, the business board is not elected officials.
Oh, sorry. Okay. I apologise. I'm
no,
used
just for clarity.
Thank
There
you.
are some elected officials, including myself, but...
Okay. Nevertheless, they do the work for the county, I guess, Peterborough and Cambridgeshire. So I hadn't quite finished. So yeah, so commercially sensitive information can be, you know, discussed separately. Also, just on a practical level, I was in a meeting some time ago, a sort of pre-meet to a meeting, where we discussed some matters, and apparently it was a private meeting. Later on, it turned out it wasn't a private meeting because the things that were discussed were noted by officers, or, you know, some of the people there, and those things were viable. So I would suggest to the business board that they are clear about what is and isn't FOIable in terms of their meetings, because if they're having a discussion with things private and secret, and it turns out not to be the case, that they could get themselves in trouble. And I think it's good both for the people that meet on that board and for our residents if such meetings are in public, transparently available to residents and the press and the residents through the press to understand what's going on. And I think it's better for everyone if it happens that way. And that's been my guiding thought in all meetings I've attended since 2014. That it's always better, unless there's a really good reason, which I haven't heard so far, as to why a meeting should be held in secret.
Okay. Wade, sorry, Councillor Fitzgerald, did you want to?
I do. Rather bizarrely, I think members should come to the board knowing full well the constitution of its board and its parts and its partners. Having been one of the people that set up the business board in shadow form and appointed Austin twice, I would never doubt his integrity or that of the business board members. To use the word secret is a real slur on the intentions of all those people that give up their time to promote business in this county. It is not secret, it is private. And it is private for a reason, as outlined by the chair of the business board. Now, you could take the view that, yes, we could open the business board in public, but you would automatically go into private session, because the nature of the conversations are commercial in confidence, more often than not, that people applying to the business board for assistance or where the business board is developing business cases, it would not want other people to know about those because of the commercial sensitivities surrounding public money. As for transparency, all the business board meetings are minuted and published, and they come to this board, as do all the decisions. So it is not that they are kept secret, it is all public information available about the whole work agenda and how those business cases were worked up. There is a lot of dedicated people working behind the scenes to try and drive the economy of Cambridgeshire. And I'm sorry, you know, to start talking about secret is really not a palatable thing to be saying. So I, for one, would support Austin's view and the recommendations in the paper. Not secret, commercial in confidence, in order to protect the public purse so that people don't take advantage of negotiations, which can often be sensitive and also competitive. And that is the reason why it should remain private, but yet all the decisions of the board are minuted and fully published after the fact, when there can be no effect or undue influence on those decisions.
Councillor Bowden.
Thank you, Mayor. I was really quite upset by Councillor Smart's comments concerning the secrecy involved here, because I believe we are very fortunate here in the Combined Authority to have a business board which works extremely well, has some very competent members who provide us with a very useful service, and it is abundantly clear to me that they, in order to consider the various matters which are put before them, need to have the opportunity to have a free-flowing discussion without that necessarily being broadcast to the world. What is broadcast to the world are the results of those discussions and the decisions which they are made. So it is quite incorrect to say that they have a secret meeting. It is merely that some elements of the discussions within that meeting are kept on a confidential or private basis. And I thought that the chair of the business board, that Austin, really persuasively and clearly explained why it is necessary to maintain that privacy so far as those discussions are concerned. And his comments about going to a bank and not expecting that the bank manager would broadcast far and wide the discussions that they had with a potential business customer, that was a very useful analogy for him to put forward, and it does speak for itself. I have great confidence in what the business board does at the moment. I've got great confidence in the processes they go through, and I would not want to see that risked. And I also have concerns whether all of the members of the business board would particularly want to be hamstrung by the form of bureaucratic arrangement that was suggested by Councillor Singer concerning going into and out of public session. So I very much support the comments which are made by the chair of the business board, and Mayor, I hope that you do too.
Thank you, Councillor. On a point of what I heard from Councillor Smart, I believe that Councillor Smart said there were people who, he did not say that he talked about secret meetings, he talked about people who had come to him describing secret meetings. On the point of it, it is not a nice word, I understand the thing is that, but just to be clear, Councillor Smart did not talk about, he was referring to secret meetings.
Thank you, Mayor. Take back any inference that what I said incorrectly in that, as far as that's concerned, Mayor.
It's fine, it's just fine. Robert, do you want to make a comment from a...
Well, it was really just, I actually, Deputy Mayor has covered it. It was just to describe, and sort of Councillor Bowden, to describe the interrelationship between the business board and the combined authority board in terms of decisions, the publicity around it, the assurance framework, the accountable body role. I think that's been clearly described, that the business board makes its decisions, but they come through to the accountable body for ratification, essentially. Minutes are also published, and if one thinks of instances where private session arises and applies it to the substance of what the business board is dealing with, as has been suggested, I think it would almost certainly just be diving into private session in any event. So I appreciate new members to the people coming to the board today wouldn't necessarily have that background understanding, but I think the Deputy Mayor described it in clear details. in clear terms.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm just going to finish up. I was asked at the start of it on my position. I think anybody who heard me before I became mayor, I had actually asked and saw the business board as something that I believe should be in public session. I, however, have now gone along to a business board, and I appreciate that sometimes the nuances, as described by Austin Adams, are, well, they're more nuanced. However, my position remains, and maybe in the course of time, as I sit on the business board, as you know, things may change, in the course of time, I would like it to become a public, but I absolutely appreciate that a lot of it would be in secret session anyway. So
not secret, private.
Sorry, God, my apologies. Please strike that from the record. Private
it's
session.
Spreading this word.
Yeah, no, it's suggestion. Private session. So that was. But I would suggest if there's no other comments to make, we move to.
Could I just
sorry, Austin.
A couple of points. I don't want to go on too long.
No, fine. You've got every right to.
I think there's a couple of points just to close down. One is to understand the unintended consequences of moving into a public environment. And I draw reference to the fact that there are 38 LEPs in the UK, and a very small minority of them hold their meetings in public, and those that do typically have a full-time chair, and the meeting that's held in public is merely a showcase event to deal with the public processing of an agenda, where they have lots of other meetings going on in the background to deal with the real meat of it. We are not blessed with full-time chair or full-time people on that. We've got some very, very capable, very busy business people involved in helping to steer the ship here, who do so for very, very little reward at all. And I can tell you that they would not continue to support, many of them would not continue to support their involvement in an environment where they have to spend time and energy going through stage managed meetings and the like, just to tick a box. They're not that kind of people. That's my case.
Thank you. I'm going to, the report was brought by Austin. Do you have a seconder for the recommendation? Councillor Fitzgerald. So we're going to move to a vote. For those in favour of the recommendation, please raise your hands. It's a vote of 4. Those against? 3. So the vote is carried by majority. Sorry, Kim, do you want?
Sorry, excuse me.
Yeah, absolutely a point of order.
Kim has made a very important point that in order for a vote to be carried, of course, it needs to have the mayor voting with it. So the consequence of that is that the proposal to agree to continue it in private session falls. And that means that it automatically goes into private session. I think it would take another report to this board to change the arrangement. So suggest, Mayor, that we take that away as officers and come back. But just to be clear, the effect of that outcome is not to automatically switch board into public session. And yeah, apologies for dropping the ball slightly there on the mayor's vote.
No, it's fine.
Thank you, Kim.
So just for clarity, the status quo is remaining then?
Status quo is remaining.
As is?
Yeah, yes.
I'm sorry, I'm lost. You're voting in for or against?
Voted against the paper.
Yeah, so
he did, yeah. But he didn't do it in secret. But he's
sorry, Chair, for the board, the proposal was to agree to continue the business board meetings retaining their current format, and we had 4 votes for, 3 against. Because the mayor wasn't with the vote for, that means that the proposal falls. And my view, against that my view though for this board is that does not have the consequence of switching the business board automatically into public session. I think we would need to bring I think we'd need to bring another paper to explore the implications a little further, rather than just assume that.
Point of information, you have to bring a paper that was the reverse of this.
Yes.
That actually made the suggestion to put the business board public rather than continue, which is what will happen now anyway.
Yes, and Mayor, through you, I think the paper needs to describe in full the consequences of the proposal, and I'm not sure this paper does describe the consequences of the proposal enough for it to have that effect. It needs to come back.
It needs to come back.
Can I make a request that when it comes back, we have a bit more information from the Audit and Governance Committee on their concerns, because one of my concerns about this is that we are ignoring something that has been recommended by our Audit and Governance Committee. I think we do that at our peril.
They have an idea of what their expectation of the public means.
And Nick, if I may, conversely, be aware of the implications.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Before that report comes here.
Yeah.
Because the implications, and maybe invite Austin to that board to explain to that committee to explain what that might do to the people involved and the process of the business board.
Yes, I agree. That would make perfect sense. So, okay.
The Ordnance and Governance Committee are hardly in a position to comment. They've never been to any of the meetings, despite having been gifted the opportunity to do so.
And I think what...
First of all, may I correct Austin? As far as politicians are concerned, ignorance has never stopped politicians before from making decisions. But the question I was going to ask was, my understanding is the following, and please could you correct me if I'm wrong, that the fact that this that the Mayor has voted against this paper does not oblige any further paper to be brought to the Mental Authority. That's a matter for officers for the Mayor or for members. And if that is the case, may I request that the Mayor take extreme care and all the time necessary to ensure that the undesirable and unintended consequence of losing our current business board in its current format, that those don't materialise, because we get such an enormous amount of value from the business board and from its current members, and if we were to lose some of those current members, and if we were to lose some of the effectiveness of the business board, then that would affect not merely the combined authority, but all of our constituent authorities as well.
Councillor Bowden, I take that as a very valid point, one I wholeheartedly agree with. As you'll recall in my response, as somebody who, before I took on this role, I expressed concerns about the fact that the business board was not in public, and therefore I'm following through on what I said I would do. However, I absolutely acknowledge what we have discussed around the table, that there are real challenges about maintaining the professional input and confidentiality that are important to get the quality of business board that we have in front of that. I've only been to one business board myself. I enjoyed it. I learned a lot. I saw some great work which was being done by them, and I'm looking forward to going back to the business board, talking about my own concerns, and as I say, also feeding back to the other view and scrutiny. And I think it's one of these things that in the course of time, hoping that we have a better understanding across our organisation, the committees that we talked about there, and indeed the general public, that they can be reassured that we are a transparent organisation. But I appreciate that this has caused a bit of concern, but I have listened to all your concerns. Thank you. No. So item 7.6 is sex strategies. Austin, do you want to comment, or are you happy for officers to introduce the report? Steve Clark.
I'm very happy for Steve to introduce the report, so speak for myself.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Combined Authority Board. This report seeks to request of the Combined Authority Board to formally adopt the completed priority sector strategies for both the advanced materials and manufacturing sector, the life sciences sector, and a one-page addendum to recommendations within the digital strategy. The fourth strategy, the agri-tech strategy, will now be considered by the business board at a later date, likely to be September at the earliest. The 4 priority sectors outlined in the Cambridgeshire and Peterborough local industrial strategy are the 4 agri-tech, advanced materials and manufacturing, life sciences, digital. Those are the 4 strategies that the business board have been working on. Strategy development started last year, but was paused because of to take account of COVID impacts and also the UK's withdrawal from the EU. And each strategy has involved consultation with multiple stakeholder organisations and businesses across the 4 sectors. The digital strategy was, however, completed much earlier and approved and adopted by the Business Board and Combined Authority in March 2019. All the final strategies have recommendations derived from the consultations and feedback. Those recommendations have been refined, tested with stakeholders and consultees, and cross-referenced against other strategies. All the sector strategies contain a number of recommendations or actions, but in order to deliver those outcomes, it's not incumbent that all of them are focused on the Combined Authority or the Business Board to deliver. So by adopting the strategies, the Business Board and Combined Authority are aiming to address the required actions, but not committing to delivering them all. From the strategies, an implementation plan will be developed. That will happen after the agri-tech strategy is completed in September, and that implementation plan will be brought back to the boards. Implementation will be contingent on many of the recommendations to funding opportunities from national government and how they become clarified over the coming year with funding streams such as levelling up, community renewal, shared prosperity. And these sector strategies, once adopted, provide the basis upon which bids and proposals can be constructed. Any interventions subsequently prioritised for delivery by the Business Board will require officers to work up business cases and or submit to secure funding from those funding streams mentioned. Any business cases or bids developed will be taken back through the Business Board and recommended to the Combined Authority Board. So in summary, I'd like to go, I'm happy to take questions from the board.
Yep, so opening to, have we still got enough members here? Still quorum. Yes, are there any questions or comments from the board? None? So a seconder for the recommendations. Austin, you're the proposer. Okay, seconder, Anna, Councillor Bailey. We will move to a vote. It does not include co-opted members. So those in favour, please raise your hands. And that's unanimous. Right, so we're now jumping back to 1.8, which is the Audit and Governance Committee Annual Report. And we'll take these reports, which are for noting only. Item 1.8 is the Audit and Governance Committee Annual Report 20 to 21. The report will be presented by John Pye, Independent Chair of the Audit and Governance Committee. And before I hand over to him, I would like to place on record my thanks to Mr. Pye, who I enjoyed a lovely conversation with last week, and to all of the councillors that served on the Audit and Governance Committee for their diligence and hard work. Is Mr. Pye here?
Next, sorry.
Oh.
We missed 7.7.
Did I jump ahead?
Deal with that, that's at the end.
We're sorry, we're going to deal with it at the end.
Okay.
I changed the sequence around, sorry. Mr. Pye.
Yeah.
Come in. Mr. Pye, we need...
You're on mute.
On mute. I thought we got through it without...
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we got you.
Okay, good afternoon,
we can.
And members. Given the weight of business you've got today, I'll keep this very brief. The substance of our work in the last year is on pages 100 line 110. And given your previous conversation, I'd probably draw your attention to on page 110, flagged 4, which was the committee's views on the business board meetings. And it wasn't quite as was described in your earlier discussion. It wasn't the most lively debate I think we had in a year. It was about the presumption of openness. It wasn't to say that it had to be open. And in there, in the wording in there, it should be open to the public unless the chair decided otherwise. Where the presumption in the insurance framework is it's closed unless the chair decides to make it open. So that was the basis of the report. I think Austin is kindly coming to talk to the committee at our next meeting, and I think some of the points that were raised today would be very helpful. Throughout the year, I can confirm that the officers have been open and supportive to everything the committee has done, and that there are no material concerns to report. And next year, one of the new things we'll be looking at, we'll have our first look at the governance arrangements for the subsidiary companies and trading companies. That's all I wanted to say, and the board is asked to note the report.
Yeah. So does anybody want comment? Councillor Bailey.
Yes, I would just like to thank Mr Pye and the rest of his committee for his report and for the work they've done. It can be a thankless task. Thank you for your thoroughness. And I note on page 110 that the Audit and Governance Committee did oversee and obtained updates on the liaison between the Combined Authority and civil servants in London regarding, in MHCLG, regarding the governance arrangements, presumably on the affordable housing programme and other matters. And I also note on page 1 of their report that they are reporting no material governance concerns. And I note those two with interest. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bailey. No further comments. As I say, it was a report to note. There's no vote needs to be taken. So thank you, Mr Pye. So 7.1. 7.1 is the Manufacturing and Materials Research and Development Centre project, change request and revised business plan. The report contains appendices which are exempt from publication of paragraph 3 of part 1 of Schedule 12A of the Local Government Act 1972 as amended. In that it would not be in the public interest for this information to be disclosed. Information relating to the financial or business affairs of any particular person, including the authority holding that information. Any members of the board wish to discuss the information contained in these appendices, we will need to consider whether to go into private session. Does any member want to discuss the exempt appendices?
So what are we on now? What number?
Item 7.1. Manufacturing and Materials Research and Development Centre. In that case, sorry, John T. Hill, to Business Skills, to introduce the report.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members. The Peterborough R&D Property Company is a special purpose joint venture company into which the Combined Authority has invested the Get Building Fund grant from government, provided to build a manufacturing materials R&D centre on the university campus in Peterborough. The private sector project partner, Photocentric, has also invested into the company for the same purpose. The paper seeks approval for a change to the project business model to enable the company to manage the manufacturing materials R&D centre itself instead of procuring an operator to do so. It also seeks approval for a number of changes to the project business plan to enable the company to take on this role and note the reduced capital contribution to build from Photocentric, the commercial partner. At its meeting on the 12th of January 2021, the Business Board made recommendations to the Combined Authority for the approval of the business plan for the company. The recommendations were adopted by the Combined Authority in January 2021. At the time, it was intended that the commercial operator for the centre would be procured by the company. However, subsequently, external advice was modified between draft and final versions that this would result in the company being unable to recover VAT on the construction costs, which would reduce the build budget by £3 million. A solution had been developed that would allow VAT to be reclaimed, but would require the company itself to manage the building. However, to protect the combined authority from the risk of having to inject further share capital into the company to cover potential losses arising from the operation of the centre, Photocentric have agreed to fund the additional cash flow requirements for the company and any losses resulting from the company's operation of the centre. The Director of Business and Skills, in conjunction with Section 73 officer and the monitoring officer, will finalise and complete the necessary legal documentation to secure that commitment from Photocentric to inject further share capital into the company to cover the potential losses arising from running the building. To help provision for the need to inject further capital into the company, Photocentric have requested that they reduce their investment in the building by 800k, reducing it to 2.2 million. Hence, this change request also proposes a reduction in the size of the centre back to the original plans approved by the Business Board in October 2020. The building will now be 2,954 metres squared across 3 floors, in line with the original Get Building Fund application. And whilst this reduces the lettable space by around 1,600 metres squared, the original total job outputs agreed as part of the award remain unchanged. While the number of jobs is in line with the original application, this change request also outlines a 3-month delay in the build programme as a result of this change. This takes the completion to December 2022. The Business Board approved this change on the 12th of May, and it was implemented through Mayoral decision notice after being discussed at the Leaders Strategy meeting on the 19th of May. To enable the contracts to be placed with MACE, the project consultants, by the 3rd of June, to commence the redesign and resubmission of the planning application for the smaller building in order to meet the revised December 22 completion date. I can actually tell you that the revised planning permission has now been submitted. So the combined authority are recommended to note the Mayoral decision notice 34/2021 for the change request and the revised business plan. Thank you, members.
Okay, thank you, John. Open the report to debate by the board. Questions or comments? Just noted. No other further comments, so we'll note that no vote is required. Thank you, John. Moving on to 7.2, a community renewal fund and levelling up fund bid selection process. Steve Clark, the Senior Responsible Officer for the Local Growth Fund and Market Insight and Evaluation, will introduce the report.
Good afternoon, Chair and Board. This paper is asking that the Board is just to note the Mayoral decision notice that was made by the Mayor on the 11th of June under general exception arrangements. The decision relates to the retrospective approval of the processes that were coordinated by the Combined Authority for selecting bids to the Levelling Up Fund and the Community Renewal Fund submitted to government on the 18th of June. As these were new programmes, bidding processes were launched and marshalled at very short notice to achieve the deadlines to be able to submit appropriate applications or bids. The processes relate to candidate bids being developed in voluntary partnership with Peterborough City Council, and also voluntary arrangements between the Combined Authority and Fenland District Council to work up potential bids from their area. Also the process for CPCA to submit Community Renewal Fund bids as the Combined Authority was given the mandate to be lead authority for coordinating and submitting bids for Community Renewal Fund. The proposals were considered at the meeting of the Business Board on the 19th of May and were agreed unanimously, and members of the Combined Authority Board were consulted at the leaders meeting on the 9th of June, and the Skills Committee were notified of the recommendations to the Mayor at its meeting of 14th of June. I'm happy to take any questions on this paper.
Thank you, Steve. Opening to debate by the board. Questions or comments?
Just to say a quick thanks to Steve. You know, a lot of work was done in a very short period of time to meet the deadline, and very successfully done. Yeah, thank you for making that. Well done, Steve. Hope you got that acknowledgement. So we'll note the report. There's no vote is required. We'll then move on to item 7.3, which is the Community Renewal Fund final submission approval. Steve, you're still with us, hopefully, and introduce the report.
Yes, thank you. This follows on from the processes. This was the approval of the final list of submissions to the Community Rural Renewal Fund. So the board is asked here to note the mayoral decision notice that was made on the 15th of June related to that final submission. The conclusion of the process were there were 7 applications that fitted within the £3 million limit per district that was part of CRF criteria. We actually submitted 6.6 million across those 7 applications, and as Peterborough and Fenland were the priority places named by government, all 7 applications have some form of delivery in Fenland. 5 of the 7 have delivery in Peterborough, and 1 of the 7 has some delivery in Huntingdonshire. And I'm happy to take any questions on the paper.
Questions or comments? Nope, we'll go for noting. Thank you, Steve. I think you're clear now. So we'll just noted that, and we'll go on to item 7.4, which is, no, he's still. Item 7.4 is the approval of allocation of recycled growth funding. This report contains an appendix which is exempt from publication under Part 1 of Schedule 12A of the Local Government Act 1972 as amended. In that, it would not be in the public interest for this information to be disclosed, and information relating to the financial or business affairs of any particular person, including the authority holding the information. If any members of the board wish to discuss the information contained in this appendix, we will need to consider whether to go into private session. Does any member want to discuss the exempt appendix? No. So, Steve, thankfully you have not gone away. Will you continue with your report? And glad to see you back.
Yeah. So for the hat trick. So the board is invited to note the mayoral decision notice recording a key decision which was made by the mayor on the 18th of June under general exception arrangements. As the decision was not published on the forward plan, a general exception notice was published and sent to the Chair of Overview and Scrutiny on the 10th of June. The key decision relates to the approval of 2 million of unallocated recycled local growth funds to the University of Peterborough Phase 3 project. The application is for equity investment into the property development company, receiving 2 million from the recycled local growth fund to match the funding application to central government for the levelling up funds for the University Phase 3 project. Peterborough City Council submitted the application for 20 million of levelling up funds, but also are committing 2 million of land value transfer to the project, and also there is a further 4 million from Anglia Ruskin as part of the match as joint partners to the project. The project will enable the university's growth from 3,000 students to 5,000 students on the roll by 29-30, with potential for further significant growth in numbers in the following years. The project is for investment in a 3,000 metre squared second teaching building as part of that expanding campus. 1,000 square metres of it will be for a university living lab and a
public teaching space, and there will also be a high quality interactive museum for Peterborough and public space for exhibitions and events. The upper floors of the building will provide that extra teaching space for Peterborough's expanding student cohort, hosting an extra 1,700 students studying STEM subjects each year. So these proposals were considered at an extraordinary board meeting of the Business Board on the 9th of June, and the Business Board agreed unanimously to recommend the proposals to the Mayor for approval. And then members of the Combined Authority Board were consulted in advance of the mayoral decision at a meeting of leaders on the 9th of June. This award would be conditional, of course, on the Levelling Up Fund application being successful and the £20 million being secured by Peterborough City Council for the project. I commend the report to the board.
Thank you, Steve, and thank you for the hat trick. Questions or comments? Okay. Oh, sorry. Councillor Bailey.
Briefly, Mayor, I wanted to say thank you to the Business Board. I think this is, in an ideal world, we'd be avoiding mayoral decision notices.
Yeah.
I know you're not keen on them because they're not cooperative and collaborative, because it avoids coming through the Combined Authority Board. However, we absolutely recognise that leaders, the timing issues that you were up against, and it's a prime example of how the Business Board has been able to be nimble with the right people around the table and the right structures in place to enable them to have a private conversation, to enable to turn this round so that the LUF bid could go forward. So it's just a prime working example of why it was necessary and what we were talking about earlier. And I thank the Business Board for being so nimble to get it done.
Councillor Bailey, it's a fair point, and I saw that in action, and that's exactly what I'm saying, is that, you know, sometimes these things aren't clear-cut, and, you know, you learn as you go along, but hats off to the Business Board in regard to this decision, and thank you for all the team supporting it. We now move on to item 7.7, which by my reckoning is the last one of the day. It is the Growth Works Management Review, and Austin, do you want to comment on this before we hand over to officers?
Well, I wanted to say that it seems to be going swimmingly well.
Good.
I'll let the officers take
Right,
the glory.
officers, Alan Downton, the Interim Programme Manager, please introduce your report, and you're joined by Nigel Parkinson, Independent Chairperson and Non-Executive Director of Cambridge and Peterborough Business Growth Company.
Good afternoon, everyone.
The company is a subsidiary of the Combined Authority in response. Oh, all right, okay, hello. Okay, Alan and Nigel, over to you.
Apologies,
You're
Mayor.
obviously desperate to get on with it.
Apologies.
No, we all want to get on.
Good afternoon. I'm joined by Nigel Parkinson, as the Mayor said. We are scheduled to report to the Combined Authority on the performance of Growth Works twice annually. This is our first report to you, which has been through the Business Board and Skills Committee, and in those reports are appendices detailing some early successes on outcomes and key performance indicators during the mobilisation of the programme. Namely, we've already allocated 2 million capital grants. We've got a number of successful inward investors, and there's a lot of work going on the skills service line. The Mayor publicly launched the GrowthWorks service on the 27th of May, and we're now into full delivery. And this is a very exciting period supporting high growth and scale up businesses going forward. If I could at this stage just go back to the point that Councillor Smith raised earlier about the robustness and the rigour of this contract and the subsidiary, and it builds on the recommendations to note in the paper. So basically, we have monthly contracted meetings with our delivery partners. The Cambridge and Peterborough Business Growth Company, led by Nigel, holds minuted board meetings, which are fully supported by the monitoring officers team. Nigel and I will also be reporting to the Business Board and Skills Committee 4 times a year. In addition, to support all this, there will be a web-based performance reporting in place by the early autumn at the latest for your good selves and the local authorities, including economic delivery officers, to access via a portal and see what the performance is. In addition, for the capital grants and the equity grants element of this contract, Nitin Patel from the Business Board and Nigel Parkinson will be voting members on the GrowthWorks investment panel with Gately Economic Growth Services. And for internal governance, Mike Hurd of the Business Board and Liz Every of the Skills Committee will be members of the Programme Management Committee. And that's very much about the governance inside the subsidiary, but they will also join us on the quarterly meetings with our contracted partners. I believe that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan and Nigel. So the report's open for debate by the board. Questions or comments? Anna, sorry,
just
Councillor
wanted
Bailey.
to support and note that Councillor Liz Every is serving on the Programme Management Committee. You cannot get a more committed person to the skills agenda than Liz, and she's got huge knowledge and background, so I'm really pleased that she's able to support it.
I think I met her last night. Yes, very committed. Austin, do you have a seconder for the recommendation?
Might I just say?
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Nigel's disappeared and didn't speak. Just by way of introduction, Nigel joined us as the chair of this organisation, and he's a very accomplished individual. He came from running a very substantial part of the Caterpillar Global organisation. I think he had $1.5 billion worth of business he was managing. I got to the end of his career and came along to join us and take up this role to drive this part of the enterprise for us. So very pleased to have him on board.
Nigel, are you still here? Do you want to? Can you come in?
I am, if you can hear me.
Did you hear your glowing recommendation?
I did. Thank you very much, Austin. I greatly appreciate it, and I'm really enjoying the experience and as the members. And thank you very much for your time this afternoon. Just a couple of comments from my side. Where you'll see in the report out that we have just completed the mobilisation stage at the end of May. We've got 30 days into execution, and we look forward to coming back and reporting on the progress. But all the early signs have been very encouraging, and I was listening earlier to the comments about cooperation, and we are doing our very best to make sure that we're talking to all the 7 district councils and their executive officers to make sure that we're all aligned and working in collaboration. So appreciate the support of the members around the table for that. And as I say, look forward to coming back and reporting the progress we're making. So thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Nigel, and Alan as well for waiting around, and I just acknowledge Austin's comments and very grateful for both your expertise in driving business growth forward here in Cambridgeshire and Peterborough. So thank you. Actually, this is one that we moved to on the vote, is it? Or is it just for noting? Oh, it's noting. Okay, so I've noted that, and at 3:25, I'm happy to declare that concludes the business for today. Thank you to those members of the public and press who've joined us today, both here and in St Ives and via the live stream. The board will next meet on Wednesday, the 28th of July, and the venue will be confirmed near the time. Once the meeting is closed, can I ask everyone present to continue to observe guidance to keep us COVID safe? Please replace your face covering before leaving your seat and sanitize your hands if possible. Keep a 2-metre distance as you are leaving the hall and follow the signage to keep the flow moving one way only. Thank you, and I declare this meeting closed. Thank you for